everyone. Very good afternoon and welcome back to Byju's Exam Prep. So let's continue our discussion. We were talking about the misuse of social media, what challenges arise from the misuse of social media, and how the government, the social media companies, and users can deal with these security risks. So continuing with this discussion, I would like to talk about I would like to talk about the interests of the three stakeholders that are involved when it comes to ensuring safety over social media. I was mentioning that there are three major stakeholders, and this is a triangular conflict between the three entities. On one end, we have citizens, that is, we the users who use these social media and internet based platforms. On the other hand, there is the government which has certain interests and demands. Then you have the social media firms. So these are the three entities, the three different stakeholders when it comes to ensuring safety over social media and internet-based platforms. Now let's understand what's the conflict between them. What are the conflicting objectives and how this can be balanced? Now, as citizens and users, what do we want? We want our data security and our data privacy to be maintained. Correct? We want to ensure our personal data is safe and no unauthorized entity or person should have any kind of access to our personal information. This is something that we expect from the companies because we are using their applications, right? We are the users who are using the various applications of these tech companies. So this is a basic expectation that users will have from the social media companies. We expect them to uphold our data privacy, our data security, ensure that the integrity of our personal data is maintained, and ensure that it doesn't leak in any illegal manner. We also expect social media companies to be responsible, right? We don't want the misuse of these platforms to create security challenges for our country. So citizens and users are concerned about national security. We want the country to be safe. We don't want any criminals or any extremist elements or vested interests to misuse these platforms to create security challenges for our country. Right? That is it. That is something that citizens and users would want. One is data security and privacy, and ensure that there are no security threats. Now, what does the government want? On one hand, the government is concerned about national security threats, just like citizens are. The government has a legitimate interest to ensure data protection for the users in order to ensure the well-being of the citizens of the country, right? The government has a legitimate interest to protect the data and the privacy of the citizens. So this is what the government expects from the companies. The government expects that social media firms, they have to have measures to ensure that user data is protected, data privacy is protected. Existing rules and laws and regulations are followed. So the government will expect social media companies to cooperate when it is necessary to tackle the security threats. The government will expect the companies to share information, give access to data when it is needed for security reasons. Let's say a criminal act is being enabled through a social media platform, or a security threat is emerging through misuse of these platforms. Obviously, the police, the security and intelligence agencies, they would like these companies to cooperate with the authorities and they should follow the law of the land. Right? This is what the government will expect. Obey the laws, obey the regulations, cooperate with the authorities when the need arises. Now, what do the companies want, the social media firms? Social media firms want to ensure that user data is protected not just from criminals and miscreants, but also from the government itself. Because what if there is an authoritarian government or a government which is very intrusive that is looking to carry out surveillance on its citizens? This is also possible. In the name of national security and law and order, government agencies might force the companies to reveal user information and user data. What if the government is doing this to carry out surveillance on citizens, to target political opponents, to target critics? So social media firms have a concern about this, that governments are trying to spy on their citizens, and it should not happen through their platforms. Because if they appear to be sharing information with the government and enabling government surveillance, then citizens will lose trust in these companies. Right? The very model is built upon trust. When we share our intimate personal data with these mobile applications, we are having trust in the company that it will protect the data, that it will not misuse the data, it will not sell the data to any third party without my consent. So we also expect the company to protect our data from the government itself. No one would like any kind of unnecessary surveillance from the government, right? So these are the conflicting demands that exist. The citizens want data privacy, data security, and national security to be maintained. Government also wants national security to be addressed, security issues to be tackled, and it wants to protect the data of its citizens. Then, for this, the government expects the companies to cooperate, work with the government, and cooperate with the authorities when needed by following the law of the land. But companies are worried that if they are forced to cooperate excessively, if the laws and the rules are very stringent, then government might misuse this control to carry out surveillance on its own citizens. This could restrict freedom of speech. Social media companies, they have a legitimate concern about upholding freedom of speech, about promoting different views and opinions which may not suit the government, right? So this is what the companies want. They want a degree of immunity from government intrusion. At the same time, they would like to protect the user's data and the user's right to freely express themselves. Their whole business model is built on this, because if they lose the trust of their users, then the company business model will collapse, right? So how do we balance these conflicting objectives? There is a clear conflict between the objectives of the government and the companies, a conflict between objectives of the government and the demands and rights of the users. Similarly, between users and companies, there is also a conflict here. So to balance this out, to strike the perfect balance between national security and fundamental rights, what we need is a data protection law to ensure that the citizens' fundamental rights are balanced with the need for maintaining national security. We need an effective data protection law in the country. Is that clear? The data protection law will help in protecting the rights of the citizens and the users. It will accord a set of rights to be enjoyed by the citizens, that is the users. Because we are the ones contributing the data, right? We want our data to be safe, our fundamental rights to be protected. We don't want our right to privacy to be breached, neither by the company nor the government. We don't want our freedom of speech and expression to be constrained, either by the companies or by the government. So a data protection law, if it is well drafted, it will provide a set of rights to the citizens and the users. And it will place certain duties, certain obligations on the companies and as well as the government. It will place certain duties on the companies and also on the government. This is how a data protection law, along with a set of regulatory policies can ensure a balance is struck between national security and fundamental rights. Is that clear? Regulatory policies will ensure that the government can regulate the companies. Government can ensure that these firms follow the law of the land, work with the government, cooperate with the government when it is legitimate and necessary in order to deal with security situations. Data protection law will secure the rights of the citizens and places obligations on the other two parties. So this is what is needed to address this conflict. Is that clear? Now, what does India have with regard to data protection? Do we have a data protection law? The answer is yes. After many years of effort, finally a data protection law was enacted last year by the parliament. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the data protection framework which has been created in India. In 2017, the government established a committee to recommend a data protection framework. This was after right to privacy was declared as a fundamental right by the Supreme Court. You would have studied in polity that right to privacy has been upheld as a fundamental right under Article 21 by the Supreme Court of India. This was done in the landmark K.S. Puttaswamy case. In the K.S. Puttaswamy case, the Supreme Court held that right to privacy, which includes digital and data privacy, this is a fundamental right under Article 21. So to fulfill this commitment, the government of India established a committee under the chairmanship of Justice B.N. Srikrishna. Former Supreme Court Judge Justice B.N. Srikrishna was asked to head this committee to recommend a personal data protection bill to protect personal data of the citizens and users. Because when it comes to data, there are two types of data: personal data and non-personal data. Personal data is that data through which you can identify the living individual behind this data, who generated this data. For example, my basic details. If I take my example, what is the personal data related to me? My name, my age, my place of work, my residential address, gender, right? My biometric details. It could be my fingerprint or iris or retinal scan. Any such information, any such digital information through which you can identify that this is the person who generated this data. That is personal data. If you look at the data and if you can identify that this data is related to me, if I am the living person who has generated that data, then that kind of data is personal data. It includes your biometric details, your basic profile, your basic personal details. That is your personal data, right? The data we are generating when we are using these applications, right? When we download various apps, give permissions to them, give our consent, all the data they are collecting regarding our usage, our behavior, our choices, our personality trait, all of this is personal to me. So any such data through which you can identify the person behind it who generated that data, that is personal data. The other set of data is non-personal data, where the identity of the person is separated from the data which has been collected. Even if you look at the data, you can't identify as to who's the individual that generated this data. That is non-personal data. Let me give you an example for that. Let's say in a city like Delhi, right? Millions of people are using food delivery apps, Swiggy, Zomato, etc. Now, Swiggy, Zomato, they'll be collecting a lot of data from the users. Let's say Swiggy wants to know which is the most popular food item ordered in Delhi. What time are the peak orders coming? Zomato wants to know which is the most popular restaurant in a given locality, right? So such metadata, where data from many users is taken and their preferences, it is separated from the personal identity of that person. It's not related to one individual, right? It's a collective data provided by a set of users. So this data is non-personal, which is very useful in the business. The companies, they monetize non-personal data because but they can understand customer behavior and they can provide better services to you. If Swiggy, Zomato get to know that during festivals, during cricket matches, during New Year, there is a peak that they are hitting in the orders, they can deploy more delivery executives. They can keep the restaurants ready so that they can deliver the customers quickly. If there is a preference for a certain food chain or a brand or a certain dish, Swiggy, Zomato can ensure they can work with the restaurants to arrange for that supply, for that service, to provide better service to the customers. So this data is not related to one individual. It's a collective data which is establishing certain trends and patterns. That is non-personal data. All right. So India is looking to protect both personal and non-personal data. So for personal data protection, Sri Krishna Committee was set up to recommend a draft bill. Based on this, a lot of changes have taken place. And finally, last year, a Digital Personal Data Protection Act was enacted by the Parliament. For non-personal data, there is a separate committee which has been set up, headed by Chris Gopalakrishnan. You might have heard about him, very popular in the IT industry, one of the co-founders of Infosys. Under his chairmanship, a separate committee was constituted to recommend a regulatory policy, a legal framework for regulating non-personal data, which includes monetization as well of non-personal data. Because through this, companies can improve their services. They can customize the services to the customer. This is beneficial for the overall economy. So non-personal data regulation is being looked into by Chris Gopalakrishnan Committee. Personal data regulation was reviewed by the Sri Krishna Committee. So after a thorough review and after several consultations, in 2018, the committee submitted a report. Based on this report, the government drafted a bill and introduced the bill in the Parliament. By 2019, the bill was introduced in the Parliament. But however, the bill became very controversial. It was very strongly opposed by the opposition parties in the Parliament and even by several social media companies and foreign governments. They all had issues with the initial bill that India had proposed in the Parliament, because the government had deviated from what Sri Krishna Committee had recommended. We will discuss that. We'll understand what the problems and concerns were. So because of strong opposition, the bill was recommended to a parliamentary standing committee that thoroughly reviewed the provisions of the bill. And finally, the parliamentary committee recommended several amendments to the draft bill. So this was embarrassing to the government. Now the government has framed a law, right? It's looking to get it enacted. But there is so much strong opposition from every stakeholder. There is a lot of criticism coming from media and civil society as well. And upon that, the standing committee has suggested so many amendments that it was better to remove this bill and bring in a new law altogether. So in 2022, the government revoked this bill. The earlier version of the data protection bill was revoked from the Parliament and a brand new bill was introduced in 2023. Lot of corrections were made and a new bill was introduced, which was finally enacted by the Parliament. It has been assented by the President as well. Now the act is coming into force. This is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. Digital Personal Data Protection Act. All right. Now let me take you through the key provisions of the data protection law and what Sri Krishna Committee had recommended. Sri Krishna Committee recommended that there will be two entities with regard to data protection. One would be data principals. Data principals are nothing but the owners of the data. Who owns that data? Who produced that data? They are the owners. And who is this? This is nothing but the users, the citizens, you and me. Is that clear? The users who are generating the data, who are contributing their data, they are the data principals. Meaning they own the data, they have ownership. So accordingly, a set of rights were recommended by the Sri Krishna Committee in order to ensure the data protection of the user data. The second entity is defined as data fiduciaries or intermediaries who come in between. This could be a government entity or even a private organization. Any government organization or private organization which is collecting the data from users, which is handling this data or storing it or transferring it, such entities become the intermediaries. They are the data fiduciaries. So since they are the ones collecting user data, they are the ones handling it, processing it, transferring it, and storing it, they were placed under a set of obligations. A set of duties were provided to them, a set of obligations in order to uphold the rights of the user. That's how rights and duties work. If rights are given to one entity, it means the other entity has a set of duty to protect those rights. So it's up to data fiduciaries, both government and private organizations which are collecting your data and processing and handling it. They are obligated to uphold your rights. This is the concept that was evolved by Sri Krishna Committee. And you find this in the final act that was enacted last year. Got it? So the data protection law we have, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, defines data principals and data fiduciaries. Data principals are the users who are generating the data. They have been given a set of rights. Data fiduciaries are the government and private institutions and organizations collecting and processing and using your data. So they have a set of duties, obligations to fulfill. Now let us understand what kind of rights have been provided. Sri Krishna Committee had given a set of recommendations, but the government has slightly moved away from it. Sri Krishna Committee recommended that right to consent and right to forgotten should be provided. These were two basic rights recommended by the Sri Krishna Committee. Users will have a right to consent and right to be forgotten. I'll explain what they are. Don't worry. Just wait. Then it said, government organizations can be exempted. A few government organizations can be exempted, either on the grounds of security and law and order or due to administrative purposes. Some government entities may have to be exempted. So basically, the government can give itself an exemption from fulfilling these rights. So primarily, it will apply for private entities. Sri Krishna Committee said, yes, exemptions are needed for some government organizations. Like, for example, the UIDAI, which maintains your Aadhaar data, right? Or intelligence agencies, security, law enforcement agencies, police forces, finance ministry, IT department, RBI, SEBI. They have to collect, use, and process your data in a certain way, either for administrative reasons or for security and law and order purposes. So you can't expect all government entities to follow the regulations. So certain government entities can be exempted. But what the government had done before was, it had given a lot of exemptions to most of the government entities. Meaning it would mainly apply only for private organizations, whereas government could easily breach your data privacy and data security. So that is the prime reason why the previous bill became so controversial. There was a lot of opposition against it. Then Sri Krishna committee had recommended data localization, mandatory localization, which means all the tech companies should set up local data centers. But this was opposed by the companies, the big tech companies, Google, Apple, Microsoft, right? Amazon, all the big ones. They opposed them very strongly, and they were supported by foreign governments as well. US and European governments, they strongly opposed data localization. Why? I'll explain this. See, to set up a data center, there is a very significant cost involved for the company. Is that clear? Because these massive server facilities, right? It's basically a computing facility, right? Millions of gigabytes of data will be stored. And these systems, computer systems essentially, they require an ideal temperature to be maintained. Understood? So to maintain the temperature, the companies rely on cooling solutions. Meaning they have to provide air conditioning to maintain an appropriate temperature. Now, this is very significant for the companies because if they set up a data center in tropical countries, hot, humid tropical countries like India, their cost of cooling solutions will be exponentially higher. Basically, their electricity bill, their investment in air conditioning will shoot up to such an extent that the business itself might become unviable for them. So that is one reason why they prefer to set up data centers in cold countries, in West European countries especially. There are some data centers which are underwater as well, so that the cooling requirement goes down. Is that clear? That is one reason. The second reason why the companies oppose local data centers is because they are worried about excessive government regulation. If they set up a data center in every country, and if they are forced to follow the local government rules, they are worried about excessive regulation that could violate the rights of their users. They are concerned that governments will force them to reveal user data that will compromise the data privacy of their users. And if companies are forced to do it, the users will lose trust. They'll lose faith in that company. They'll not use that application anymore. These are the two concerns. That is why they prefer more developed countries like West European countries, where the regulations are in favor of the user compared to the government. If you look at European Union, right, and West European countries, their data protection laws are such that it doesn't favor the company, nor does it favor the government. It favors the user, the citizen. Because in liberal democracies, user rights are always supreme. They are given more priority. So this makes it easier for the companies to operate. They are not forced to cooperate with the government, share data with the government, and this keeps a check on government surveillance and unnecessary government interference. These are the two reasons why companies prefer to have data centers in some specific countries, where the temperatures are cooler, where the cooling requirement is less, so they can save the money on the cooling solution, and they want to operate in a more liberal regulatory environment. Is that clear? They want to minimize any kind of government interference. That is the reason why companies don't go for local data centers in every country. But from India's point of view, this was a valid requirement, because we saw that these companies are not cooperating with our authorities. Even when legitimate cases and concerns were coming up, companies would deny access to data. They would deny to share information with our authorities. And this was a law and order situation and a security problem. If they are having users in our country, if our market is the biggest market for them, right, then How is it fair that the companies don't follow the rules and laws of our land, of our country? Right? We couldn't enforce them because they were not under our jurisdiction. So the government demand was that data localization will be made mandatory. This is what India said in the previous bill, in the draft bill. India said every company will be forced to have a data center in India so that the data centers and Indian data remains within Indian jurisdiction and Indian territory. So that the government, the courts, security and police, they can enforce their jurisdiction and authority and force the companies to cooperate. But the foreign companies and the foreign governments, they strongly opposed it. They said it will increase the cost of their operation. It will make their business unviable. They also said we may not be able to follow all your regulations. So this again led to a standoff between the companies and the government of India. Foreign governments started putting pressure on India as well to not make data localization mandatory. So given all these controversies and concerns, the government revoked the bill itself. Is that clear? Sri Krishna Committee also had recommended a National Data Protection Authority to enforce the law and to settle any disputes. These were some recommendations of Sri Krishna Committee. Most of it was incorporated into the draft bill, but the government deviated when it gave exemptions to itself. So this gave rise to a fear that government surveillance will increase. Government will not follow any of these obligations. It will enable government surveillance that could violate our fundamental rights and data privacy. Companies got worried that their cost will increase for operations in India. So because of the strong opposition, finally the bill was revoked from the parliament. It was taken back. It was withdrawn. The bill was withdrawn and a brand new bill was drafted. The new bill was tabled and last year it has been enacted. Last year, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act was enacted and it has come into force. Now, what are the provisions here? What changes have been done? Let's take a quick look. 1. It deals with only digital personal data. This has been clearly specified. In the previous version, this was not mentioned. It only deals with personal data which is related to an individual, right, through which you can identify the living individual behind it. And it deals with only digital data. That is data collected through electronic methods. Data which is being processed, handled and transferred and stored through digital methods. So if someone is taking a manual data collection, if someone is, let's say, asking you questions and manually filling data, that is not covered under the act. Like census, for example, the census exercise of the government, right? Usually it is done manually. Manual entry of data, manual collection of data is not covered. It only covers digital personal data. Any electronic collection, processing, handling of data gets covered under this law. That's point number 1. Second, data principals, that's the users, have been given a number of rights. This includes right to consent. What does it mean? It means that your prior approval has to be obtained. Your explicit prior permission has to be obtained by the data fiduciary before they do anything with your data. Before they collect your data, before they process, handle, store and transfer your data, they have to explicitly obtain your consent, your permission. That is, let's say, in few months, the rules will be completely in force. Let's say, after a few months, I download a social media application, right? Now, before I start using it, before I open an account, right, before the app starts collecting personal data, I should clearly get a notification. There should be a form, a legal document, or a terms and condition form that specifies what kind of data is the app collecting, For what purpose? How will the company use it? How will the company transfer it? Are they selling it to any third party? Everything has to be clearly spelled out, explicitly mentioned. And only if I'm okay with it, if I'm comfortable with it, will I give my permission. Only then I'll give my consent. If I don't give consent, obviously I can't use the app, right? There is no other workaround. You have to give permission to download the app and use the app. If you don't agree with it, right? If you don't agree, then obviously you can't use the application at all, right? What will the company do without collecting your data? The point here is that the user should be aware. The user should know what data is getting collected. How are they using it? How are they processing it? Am I okay with it? So this is right to consent. So they have to get your prior permission, approval. Next, they should give me the right to be forgotten. Now tomorrow, let's say I decide to delete my social media accounts. I don't want to use them anymore. All right, I want to concentrate on something else. I feel it's a waste of time. I delete all my social media accounts. Now, do you know that the companies still hold on to your data even after you delete the account? I'm not just saying deleting the app. You can always reinstall the app. I'm talking about permanently deleting the account itself. Even if I permanently delete my account, the companies will still hold some data because it is useful for them to train the algorithms. So without my knowledge, the company is still holding some data even after I have quit their platform, right? So this is not correct. Now I have no guarantee that my data is protected. So that is why when I decide to quit, when I decide to delete, the fiduciaries should give me a clear option. Explicitly, they should give me an option to exercise my right to be forgotten. Let's say tomorrow I go to my Instagram account and I click on delete my account. Once the rules come into full force, Instagram should give me the option. There should be a clear, explicitly mentioned option that I am exercising right to be forgotten. If I do that, if I click on it, Instagram has to delete all the copies of data it has held against me. And they have to show it transparently. They have to be very transparent about this. They have to convince the user that they have erased all data. They're not holding any data on the user. This is right to be forgotten. Next, we are going to get a right for correction. If there are any incorrect entries, this can make a big difference, especially with banks, stock exchanges, with mutual funds, for example, right? If incorrect data has been entered by me or collected by the company, they should give me an option to correct the data at any time. The right to correction, the option should be very clearly provided in these applications and websites where I can go and correct my data if there are any errors. Next, there should be a separate right to withdraw my consent. Tomorrow I decide that I'm not okay with what data they are collecting, what permissions they have taken, right? If I decide to withdraw my consent, this option should also be provided. If I withdraw consent, obviously I can't use the application. I'll then delete my account. I'll also exercise my right to be forgotten. Then the fiduciary has to delete all the data they have held against me, right? So these are some basic rights being provided to users. So the fiduciaries are obligated here to uphold them. But of course, there are a lot of exemptions given again to the government itself. Many government agencies are exempted from fulfilling these duties. Is that clear? So security agencies and many other government organizations, they are exempted from the law entirely. So this hasn't changed. Because see, some of it is practical. Like tomorrow, I can't go and tell my bank to forget all my data. They can't do that. They will have to maintain the transaction records even if I delete my account. I can't go to UIDAI, the authority which maintains Aadhaar, and I can't tell them that I'm withdrawing consent, delete my Aadhaar details. That can't be done. For administrative reasons, the government needs that data. So these are legitimate grounds. Similarly, security, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies, they have a legitimate right to not provide these rights to you. They will be required to conduct surveillance, monitoring, to deal with crime, to deal with terrorism and threat. So data collection is an integral part of security and law enforcement. So you can't go to NIA or your police station and say that don't collect this data from me. You can't do that. You can't exercise those rights. So that is why government organizations are exempted. A number of government organizations are exempted. But here there are no checks and balances. That is the problem. See, giving the exemption is fine. It is understandable. As I told you, for administrative reasons, for practical reasons, and for security reasons, exemptions are definitely needed for the government. But there should be some transparent, accountable measure. If some government agency is misusing my data, there should be a clear provision to hold that person accountable, to hold that officer accountable. But unfortunately, there is no such provision. So this is where the law has been criticized again. Opposition parties opposed it. But since government has full majority in the parliament, it passed the bill anyways in both the houses and got the bill enacted. So there is a fear that government agencies might misuse this. Ruling party at the center could misuse this to carry out targeted surveillance and mass surveillance as well. This could be used to cripple your fundamental rights, your right to privacy, your right to free speech and expression. So that remains a concern even now. The grounds are valid. The exemptions are necessary. We are not denying that. But the problem is there is no accountable measure, no checks and balances, no transparency. The government should have provided more clarity on this. It hasn't done that. Then there is no body to settle the disputes. The Data Protection Authority that Sri Krishna Committee had recommended, that idea has been dropped. If any disputes come up, you have to approach the TDSAT, the Telecom Disputes Settlement Appellate Tribunal. This is an existing tribunal that deals with telecom related disputes. So that is where you have to go for dispute settlement. Even the private companies, they have to approach TDSAT for dispute settlement. So there is no Data Protection Authority which has been provided. It was recommended by the committee, by the Sri Krishna Committee, but government has dropped that suggestion. So these are some key provisions that are provided. Then you can also appoint a nominee. In the event of your death, if the user passes away, your data will still be there with the companies. They will not get to know that the person passed away. So you can appoint someone on your behalf who can exercise all these rights instead of you, on your behalf. After your passing, the nominee can exercise these rights. They can get your data deleted. They can exercise right to be forgotten, right? So even this option has been thought about and it has been included in the law. So there are definitely some good provisions. It finally creates a legal framework in the country for data protection. We never had this. And there are some concerns as well, especially with regard to government misuse. And another point here is no data localization. It's not been made mandatory. Because of pressure from foreign companies and governments, the government has not made data localization mandatory. But a different set of regulatory guidelines have been implemented, which we will discuss under the next topic. To regulate the companies, regulations have been passed. Some rules have been notified. But data localization has not been made mandatory. So these are the key points that you'll have to remember. The important rights, what the fiduciaries have to do, the regulation of your digital personal data, the exemptions given to the government, why it is a concern, how disputes can be settled, and what provision is there about data localization. There is no provision for mandatory data localization. So there are many more points, but this is enough. Don't go beyond this. This should be more than enough because it's a very big law. It's a detailed law. You can't sit and read every clause, every provision, and UPSC will not expect you to go into that depth. Understanding the framework which has been created, the key rights being provided, the exemptions, the concerns, the good provisions, that is what is needed for the exam. So this is how India has tried to strike a balance between the conflicting objectives of the citizens, the government, and the companies. So I hope this is clear. I hope you have understood everything. Let me know if you have any questions. Jay is asking, sir, what is data localization? What does it mean? I explained this before the break. I think you weren't there. Data localization means companies having local data centers within our country, within our borders. Usually, social media companies, tech companies, they have data centers abroad in foreign countries. Because of the cost involved in cooling solution, the regulatory environment, they prefer Western European countries. That's where all your data is getting stored, either in US or in West European countries. But the problem is if they are located abroad, they are not under our jurisdiction. Tomorrow, if our government, our courts order them to cooperate, they'll not cooperate, they'll not share the data. So that is why there was a demand that we should push the companies to have local data centers in India. So if they're located in India, then we can enforce our law, right? We can exercise our jurisdiction. But due to strong opposition, the idea has been dropped. Some companies are doing it on their own voluntarily because it makes some business sense for them. But it's not mandatory. India is not making it mandatory for every company to have a local data center. Kirti says there is a company named Genius AI. In this, people invest money to buy AI servers, and after a certain period, they get a huge profit. My friend recommended me this, but I didn't invest as I had no money. And they all got scammed yesterday. What should they do now? This is a classic case of a cyber fraud. It's online fraud. See, no AI company will ask for such investments, and nobody will give you profits on that. Investing in a genuine company is different. But these are pure scandals. In the next topic, I'll discuss more such incidents, right? So what you've done is very good. It's good you didn't invest money. Your friends, they fell for this scam. They actually believed that they'll make profits and they'll make money, but it was a clear case of cyber fraud. So what they can do right now is they can file a complaint with the cyber crime police station. And Home Ministry has a portal, the National Cyber Crime Reporting Portal. Ask them to log on to that portal immediately and register a complaint. The MHA looks into this very seriously, and even at your state level, at the state police level, there will be a separate cybercrime division. You have to figure out which police station has a cybercrime division, go there and register a complaint. Is that clear? You have to do both. With your local police, you have to register a cybercrime complaint, and with the MHA, the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, you have to register the complaint. So then the authorities, concerned authorities, will definitely look into it, and in many cases, people have got back their money as well. Gia is asking, sir, does this mean we either give consent to social media firms or you can't use it? Obviously, if you don't agree, if you don't want to give consent, then you can't use the application, right? Let's say a platform like Instagram. Instagram will need access to cameras for you to take pictures, upload it. It needs access to your photo gallery, to your contacts. That's how the application has been built. If you don't give consent, the company can't provide you the service. You give the consent, but you know what data is collected, how they are going to use it. That's why I told you it's more about awareness. You're aware as to why you're giving consent. What permissions are you giving? Tomorrow, if something goes wrong, you can hold the company accountable. Then Gia is asking, should we cover IT rules? Yes, that is the next topic, the last topic here. IT rules are very important. That's what we are going to discuss next. Kanchana is asking, sir, today is the last class. Today might be the last class, but let's say by 8 p.m. if we can't complete all the topics, I may need another 2.5 hours. We'll do it tomorrow morning, right? Let's see. Let's continue till 8 p.m. How much we can complete? I'm sure we can complete 90-95% at least. A small portion will be left. We'll do it tomorrow morning. Maybe another 2.5 hours class. We can wrap it up by tomorrow. But if possible, we'll try to finish it today itself. Let's see. All right. Now, let's take up the last topic under this chapter, under the social media chapter. To regulate social media companies in India, the government has notified a set of rules. To regulate social media, OTT platforms, and digital media, and even online gaming industry. It's become very big in India and around the world. Online gaming is a multi-billion-dollar industry today. To regulate all these new forms of media, a set of IT rules were notified in 2021. It's called the Information Technology Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code, Rules 2021. It has been notified under the provisions of the IT Act, the Information Technology Act. The initial set of rules provided for regulation of only social media, OTT, and digital media. Recently, it has been amended to provide for regulation of online gaming as well. So these are the 4 digital internet-based entities which are being regulated by the latest IT rules. So let's take a look at this. Let's understand what are these rules, what's the rationale behind it, what restrictions will apply on the companies. Let's discuss this in detail. So in February 2021, the government notified these IT rules. It replaced the rules of 2011. The earlier rules of 2011 was superseded by the new rules, and it is notified under the powers of Section 87 Clause 2 of the IT Act of 2000. Information Technology Act 2000, it regulates all electronic commerce in the country. Any electronic exchange of data, information done through computers and internet is regulated by the IT Act. So under this law, we have Section 87 Clause 2, where the government can exercise its powers to regulate any IT firm. It need not be present in India, even if they're operating virtually from another country. Even on them, we can impose these regulations. Got it? So let us see what kind of regulations have been placed and why. The background to this is that the Supreme Court, first of all, had held right to privacy as a fundamental right in K.S. Puttaswamy case. Then after that, Supreme Court made some very serious observation about how social media was getting misused and how miscreants, criminals were circulating child pornography and rape videos on many internet-based platforms. Rape and gang rape videos were being circulated and sold. Revenge porn was being widely circulated, where a couple breaks up and the boyfriend or the husband, right, who is angry about his girlfriend or wife, previously when they were in a relationship, in a consensual relationship, they would have shot explicit videos or images. They might leak and release them deliberately to take revenge against the other person. This is called revenge porn, which has become a huge menace that affects the dignity of women, right? Then circulation of rape and gang rape videos and images. This was going viral on various platforms. And the worst of all, child pornography. Child pornography is a very serious offense, not just in India, but around the world. Every country takes child pornography very seriously because it severely impacts the mental well-being of the child. And child pornography is closely linked with human trafficking and prostitution. So given the implications, the social and security implications, countries have very strict laws against child pornography. So Supreme Court of India brought up this issue and asked the government, despite having rules and laws, how come child pornography is circulating? How come rape videos and revenge porn videos are being circulated and sold? The Supreme Court asked the government, what are you doing? The parliamentary committee, an ad hoc committee of the Rajya Sabha, also had raised similar concerns in 2020. It had asked why social media firms are not being held accountable. If such explicit videos and images are circulating on their platform, shouldn't the company also be liable? Shouldn't the company be held accountable? And shouldn't they help the police to identify who spread this video, who spread this message? Right? They should help in identifying the originator because they are culprits, they are criminals. It's very crucial with regard to women's safety and also with regard to protection of the child. So these important observations came up from the Supreme Court, from the ad hoc committee of the Rajya Sabha, and parallelly, many concerns were coming up with regard to OTT platforms and the content hosted on them. Because OTT platforms like all your streaming services, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Hotstar, etc., they all became widely popular, and a lot of controversies broke out regarding the content that is hosted on their platform. OTT was not regulated. No law applied for OTT industry. It had been temporarily brought under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, the INB ministry, which also deals with television, cinema, etc. So under the same ministry, OTT was also briefly brought under it for temporary and partial regulation. So there were many legal loopholes, regulatory gaps, as a result of which these companies were not being held accountable for the content which was being hosted on their platform. So that is why these rules were notified. So under these rules, very strict obligations are provided. Very clear obligations are provided to these companies, and this image gives you a summary of that. A set of regulations on social media, digital news media, and OTT platforms. All right, you can go through the summary later because I will discuss them in detail. I want to have a slightly detailed discussion. It will take maybe 10-15 minutes. So let's look at the guidelines. First, I will talk about social media regulation. All right. First, we will discuss regulation of social media in India. What rules are being imposed on them under IT rules? Point number one, the IT rules differentiate social media companies into two categories. First category is social media intermediaries. These are the small social media firms. They have a very limited presence, limited number of users. Maybe they have just few hundred or few thousand or maybe a few lakh users and subscribers, not more than that. These small companies, usually startups and very small new organizations, which have a very small user base and subscriber base, they are categorized as social media intermediaries. But the large companies, all the big tech and big social media firms, they are classified as significant social media intermediaries. These are the large firms which have millions of users in the country. That is the primary difference. So depending on their subscriber base, depending on their capabilities, their ability to invest in regulation, different set of regulations are applied on them. Now, if you impose too many restrictions on a small company which only has few thousand subscribers, they won't be able to follow the regulations. They won't be able to bear the cost, and it might even lead to the shutting down of the company, right? So government doesn't want to damage the business environment. It shouldn't become difficult for the companies to operate. That is also bad for the country, right? It results in economic loss. Investments will stop into the country. So that balance has to be struck. Regulation has to be done without affecting the business environment, without leading to over-regulation. So the companies have been divided into small and large. That is social media intermediaries, the small ones. For them, it's very limited regulation. But the large companies which have millions of subscribers, they are called significant social media intermediaries. They will have more restrictions on them. They will have to follow the regulations very strictly. Now, see, first of all, you should know that when India started encouraging social media firms to enter the Indian market in a big way, we gave a legal immunity to the companies. Under Section 79 of the IT Act, we gave a protection to the companies essentially a legal immunity was given to them by the government. And this immunity basically, it says that the company is not directly responsible for the content hosted on the platform. What does it mean? Now let's say there is a criminal. He has posted a pornographic video. It's a gang rape video on, let's say, Facebook. Now, how can Facebook alone be responsible for that? It is one criminal user who has done that, right? It's the originator of that message who has to be arrested and punished, but not the company. This was the thinking before. Because if you hold the company liable and accountable, and if you drag the company as well into court for not taking down such content, then no foreign company would have come to India or invested in India. Exactly. It was very important to open up the market, to have limited regulation, to provide for a free space so that companies can come and operate and grow the market size in the country. So a degree of protection was given to the companies that, see, you are not directly responsible for the content posted on your platform. We said we will not hold you directly accountable. The one who posted the content, they will be held accountable. But the company itself is not liable for any criminal charges. You will not be charged and punished for any content which is hosted on your platform. This was the legal immunity given. Is that clear? Now, through the IT rules, the government is saying that this legal immunity will be removed if you do not show due diligence. Even now, legal immunity is there. Section 79 under IT Act still provides legal immunity. Companies still have legal immunity. It's not that it has been removed. But if they do not show due diligence with regard to following IT rules, if they do not follow the IT rules, if they violate them, in that case, the legal immunity will be lifted. Immunity will be removed, which means that the government can hold the company accountable, charge the company officials, and charge them with criminal provisions, which means the company officials can go to jail for the content hosted on their platform. Now, what do you mean by due diligence? Due diligence means that whatever IT rules is mandating, they have to follow that. The government is saying that there are certain things you have to do. If the company does those things, if it helps the government to maintain security, to deal with criminal cases, etc., that is called due diligence. Right? Let's say government says there is an objectionable post, delete it. It's a security threat. That video is promoting communal hatred, delete it. If the company follows that order, that is due diligence. There are few other guidelines given by the government. If they follow these guidelines as per the IT rules, the new IT rules, then it means company is showing due diligence to the law. So as long as they are doing it, they will have legal immunity. They will not be charged, they will not be held accountable for the content on their platform. But if a company doesn't follow them, if it violates the IT rules, it means it's not showing due diligence. In that case, the government can say that we will take away the immunity. It means we will file cases. In that criminal case, we will charge your company officials as well. They will be arrested under criminal charges and prosecuted and punished. That is what India is saying right now. Due diligence, if it is not shown by the company, legal immunity given under Section 79 will be lifted, which allows for criminal prosecution of the company and its officials. So the company is being held accountable if they don't show due diligence. Next, what are the regulations on them? What qualifies for due diligence? Point number one, they should have a grievance redressal mechanism. It's mandatory. They have to appoint a grievance officer. All right. And they should have a platform where grievances raised by the users and the government is addressed. If users want to report a post, if the user finds it objectionable, there should be an option to raise the grievance, to raise the complaint. And the grievance officer has to acknowledge that the complaint has been received, the report has been received, and within 24 hours, this acknowledgement has to be given. Within 24 hours of raising the complaint, the company's grievance officer should communicate to the user that we have received your report. This should be done within 24 hours. Then this report should be reviewed as per the company guidelines. Every company has an internal guideline, as I told you. They have to check whether this reported post is as per community standards of the company. If it is in violation, they have to act against it. If it's promoting violence, hatred, if it is sexually explicit material, if it's hate speech or fake news, right? They have to ensure they remove that content and inform the user who reported it about the action taken within 15 days of receiving the report. So clear time limits are given for receiving the grievance, acknowledging it, reviewing it, and taking action and reporting the action to the user. Now, company can decide not to take down the content as well. That is company's choice. They have to decide according to their internal company guidelines. That user can't question. So the company will review the post. They will see if it's matching their community standards or not. If it's matching the community standards, they don't have to take it down. They just have to inform the user, see, we are not taking down this post because it's well within our community standards. But if company sees it's violating the standards, it can delete it and tell that user who reported, give them a report that, see, you raised a good complaint, this was objectionable, we have deleted it. This is the grievance redressal process which is being made mandatory. But however, please note, all the big companies had already done it even before the IT rules. That's what we discussed earlier before the break. From Facebook to YouTube to Telegram, Instagram, all the major social media intermediaries, they already have this review mechanism. You can go report any post, right? Forget 24 hours. Within seconds, you will get an acknowledgement, or within minutes, you get an acknowledgement saying that company has received the report. We will look into it. Then within few days, they hardly take maybe 3 to 4 days. So using a mix of AI tools and a backend review team, they will manually review the post as well. And if it doesn't match their standards, they will take action. They'll delete it. They might block the account as well. But if it's matching the standards, they'll not delete it, but they will get back to you telling what action they have taken. If you don't know about this, please try this out. In Instagram or Facebook, open your best friend's account, report the recent post of your friend. Just report it as fake news. Within minutes, you'll get an acknowledgement. You get a notification that your report has been received. We are looking into it. Within few days, you'll get a report again saying what action has the company taken. Have they deleted it or not? Please try this. You'll get to know that companies have already implemented this even before IT rules came into being. So now it's being made mandatory for everyone. For all the companies, it's mandatory. Next, companies are obligated to ensure online safety and dignity of the users, especially that of women. In order to uphold women's safety and women's dignity, companies have to strictly act against sexually explicit posts and material. And if it is reported, they have to take it down within 24 hours. If there is a child pornographic video or a revenge porn video or a gang rape video which is being circulated, and if this is reported either by the government or by the user, the victim, or by any other person, it need not be the victim, because many times women who have suffered from sexual violence, they hesitate to report it, right? So any other person on their behalf can raise the complaint. And once they get the complaint, they have to delete this within 24 hours to prevent its further circulation. because this is a question of women's safety and women's dignity. Even if morphed images are being used, many times miscreants, they morph the images over someone else's body and circulate explicit images. Today, this has become very easy because of generative AI. Through generative AI tools, they can easily create deep fakes. Deep fake photos and videos can be very easily created. They look very real, very authentic, but they are entirely synthetic videos. AI tools, they learn the patterns from audio video files and from images, and they can recreate any video, any image to replicate any one personality. For example, you would know about the recent incident involving Rashmika Mandanna, right? A deep fake video was circulated which attracted the attention of the government of India. The Minister of State for Electronics and IT and many top government officials and ministers took note of it, and they initiated very strict action. And just yesterday, there was an update. The Delhi police, they have arrested the culprit who created the deepfake video of the actress. So once such morphed images or pornographic material, explicit material of women is reported, companies have to take it down within 24 hours. If they don't do it, then it means company is not showing due diligence. Then the government will have the right to remove the legal immunity and pursue criminal charges against the company and its officials. Is that clear? So these were common measures for every company, for both the small social media companies and the significant social media intermediaries. Until now, whatever we discussed, the grievance redressal mechanism, showing due diligence, and ensuring online safety and dignity. These regulations are mandatory for both the categories. Be it a small company or a large company, they have to follow all these guidelines. But now whatever I discuss going forward, this applies only for the large companies. The additional diligence, it's only for the significant intermediaries, the large companies which have millions of users. This is not mandatory for the small companies because they may not be able to afford the cost. That might impact the business itself. All right. So that is why this is not applicable for small social media firms. It applies only for the second category, the significant companies. They have to appoint very important officials. 3 important officials have to be appointed. First of all, they should have a physical office in India. It's mandatory right now. This they can't ignore. They can't say we will operate virtually from another country. India will not allow it. They have to have a presence in India, a registered office in India where our authorities can reach them. They can't sit in some country and operate virtually entirely. That is not allowed. They should have a physical office registered under Indian law. And in this office, they should have a chief compliance officer who is the point of contact for the government, a resident grievance officer. All right. A chief compliance officer, a resident grievance officer, and under the grievance redressal system, right, there should be a grievance redressal team that sits in the country, that is located in India, that functions in India. This is made mandatory right now. All right. Now, the compliance officer has a big responsibility. Every month, they have to file a compliance report with the government. Meaning, how has the company complied with the new IT rules? Has it followed all the rules? How many complaints were received? What did the company do? What action was taken? Is that clear? Are these rules being followed diligently? So a thorough report has to be prepared and submitted to the concerned authority, that is the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Monthly compliance reports have to be filed regarding the complaints received, the action taken, whether they are diligently following the rules. This is the job of the compliance officer, the chief compliance officer. The chief compliance officer will be the point of contact for the authorities as well. Now, if we need the cooperation of this company to stop a message, to delete a post, or to trace the first originator, the police and law enforcement will reach out to the compliance officer. If a court notice has to be sent, it will be sent to this office addressed to the chief compliance officer. So this is how the company can be held accountable. And this officer should be based out of India. He can be an Indian or a foreigner, that doesn't matter. It's up to the company to appoint anyone it wants. But the office is to be located in India, and this officer should be a resident of the country. So that if necessary, if the company does not follow the rules, if it does not showing the due diligence, and if we press the charges, we can go and arrest the chief compliance officer. The chief compliance officer will be liable for arrest if the company doesn't follow the rules. Same with the grievance officer and the grievance redressal team. The resident grievance officer should be based out of India and should ensure that the grievance redressal mechanism is thoroughly implemented through a local team based out of India. This again allows authorities to enforce the law on the grievance officer. And if they don't follow the rules, we can file cases against them and drag them into court. Understood? These are not civil cases I'm talking about. These will be criminal charges. If the company has not acted when crimes were being enabled through their platform, right? The authorities will file charges against these officers and the company officials will become liable. So that is when the companies will take this seriously. They have to enable the identification of the originator of these objectionable messages. They have to help the authorities to identify who created this objectionable post or message. If a fake video has been circulated, the company should trace where did the message originate, who posted this first, who uploaded this first. Those details have to be shared. This is mandatory in serious cases involving child sexual abuse, explicit material, any material post threatening the integrity, sovereignty, security of the state, any post threatening law and order and foreign ties with friendly countries. On these grounds, if the government authorities approach the company, they have to help the officials to trace the originator. They can't deny. They can't say we will not cooperate. They have to cooperate now. So if police and law enforcement, if they approach the company asking the company to identify the originator in these cases, on these grounds, the company has to follow that. Is that clear? It can't be a random request. Now, government can't simply say that there is a post criticizing the government, so please help us identify the originator. That can't be the ground. It has to be on these grounds. There should be a threat to the state, threat to our sovereignty, integrity, threat to public order, sexually explicit material, child sexual abuse. Only on these grounds, the companies have the obligation to help the authorities to identify the originator. And once unlawful content has been reported or detected, they have to remove it as prescribed by the government. Is that clear? These are the various guidelines that apply on social media companies right now. But however, very big concern has come up here. There is a major concern, a genuine concern. Now, the government has not defined as to what exactly is unlawful. The government has not defined what exactly is objectionable. Because see, first of all, we have many legal loopholes in our criminal laws. If you look at the definition of anti-national activity, if you look at the definition of threat to public order, threat to the security of the state, these are very broad definitions. In some cases, government might genuinely raise these requests to block the content or remove the content. But what if the government misuses the discretion? What if the ruling party doesn't like a certain video or a post which is critical of the government leaders and the government itself? And what if the government twists the interpretation and tells the company to take down the post, or orders the company to identify the originator and that person will be targeted? So that is a violation of right to free speech and expression. right? It allows government to basically to stifle dissent and criticism and target political opposition. This is a concern raised by many experts and legal activists. But the government has said these concerns are not valid because there are checks and balances. The government has said this is very transparent, it's accountable. Government will not misuse these provisions. But if you evaluate the provisions in a fair, neutral manner, you will realize that there is indeed a big concern. Tomorrow, authorities might say that, let's say, you have made a video criticizing a government scheme, and the government doesn't like this. Your video is getting popular, it's going viral. You have criticized top government leaders. So the police might approach the social media firm. They might ask to identify the person as to who posted this. They might ask the company to block the video, take it down. And they might give an excuse saying that this is anti-national or this is a threat to the state, threat to public order. Right? Without clear explicit definition, it can't be determined whether this is a threat or not. So the lack of clarity here and the powers the government has given to itself is something that has raised concerns. If it is misused, it can cripple your fundamental right under Article 19. Your right to free speech and expression can be curbed because it can enable the government to take down any messages and posts, thus violating the right to free speech and expression. It could even breach your right to privacy under Article 21. If government forces the companies to reveal the identity of the originator, right? Even that could be a breach of your right to privacy. So those concerns are definitely there. But the government has justified that the rules are absolutely fine and it will not be misused. Right? Now coming to OTT platforms, your streaming services. Now on OTT platforms, what is the content? Basically, you find movies, web series, web shows, documentaries, etc. Correct? They even telecast sports events, cricket matches, football matches, even television is being streamed on OTT platforms. That is the content they host. Now, usually, television industry is regulated by self-regulatory bodies in the industry. Because this is the domain of the media, it's the area of creative expression. Here, government shouldn't interfere unnecessarily. Here, freedom of speech and expression should be upheld. You should have the right to express creatively whatever you want in a movie or in any art form. When it comes to TV news channels and TV content, there are few industry level bodies amongst the TV channels. All TV channels have formed industry associations. TV news channels have a separate industry association. So at the industry level, they have some self-regulatory bodies that bring out a code of conduct that enforce certain restrictions and self-regulatory standards. Government doesn't interfere much. All right. When it comes to movies that release in theaters, here there is a degree of government interference. Why? Because movies have to be certified by the Censor Board of India. The government authority that deals with film certification. CBFC, the Censor Board for Film Certification. Now, this is under INB Ministry. Ministry of Information Broadcasting, right, has a degree of control here. Even though the Censor Board is it's supposed to be an independent authority, eventually there will be political appointments because it's the ministry which will make the appointments to the Censor Board. So we have seen all the controversies that break out around movies on religious grounds, political grounds. Someone's sentiments got hurt, right? They'll oppose the release of the movie. They'll get violent as well. They'll attack the theaters, the actors. See, in an open, free, liberal democracy, everybody should have a right to express themselves, especially through art. Be it a book, be it a song, be it a movie, right? There should be creative freedom. That is when the best creative work can come out, and also important issues, social issues can be raised without fear. But unfortunately, in, let's say, India, in countries like India, there is tremendous pressure on artists, on directors, story writers, actors, even on painters, authors, right? Song writers and musicians. All the artists are under tremendous pressure because there is a lot of scrutiny against them. If they don't follow the social, religious, political norms, right, they might be targeted. This could result in economic losses for them. They will not allow their artwork to be released at all, or it could result in physical violence as well. In India, we have seen everything. Books have been banned, songs have been banned, movies have been banned. Now, this is not a good sign in a democracy, right? OTT was one space where movie makers had a high degree of freedom to exercise their creative freedom, be it the usage of explicit language or using sexually explicit material, including nudity, or be it the usage of drugs or usage of gore and violence, right? This becomes an integral element in storytelling. Now, you may not like it, you may not agree with it. That's different. That's up to you. It's subjective. The point is, nobody is forcing you to watch it, right? Nobody is forcing you to read a book. Nobody is forcing you to go see a painting which you don't like. This is where creative expression comes into picture, which is seen as integral to Article 19 itself. Now, let's say there is a movie or a new web show, all right, and you have some issue with the content. You feel that the content is anti-national. You feel the content is against your religion. It is hurting your religious sentiment. Don't watch it. Your country or your religion will not be threatened just by one movie or by one web show. People who are willing to watch, who are mature audience, they will go watch it. That is why when it comes to creative art, very strict regulation is not applied. It is self-regulation and classification. We classify the content because we have to protect children and minors from adult content. So content has to be classified. So we can ensure that children watch only U-rated content. Anything rated as adult and above will be available only for mature audience. So let the audience decide. Let it be left to the decision of the audience to decide whether they want to watch something or not. There's no need for government or vigilantes to interfere here. So this was very controversial, but the government has brought out some regulations for OTT industry as well. Like, for example, it has made it mandatory for the OTT companies to self-classify the content. Government will not interfere, but the companies have to self-classify the content. This is nothing new because companies had already done it even before the rules came in. If you go on any platform, watch any movie, the moment you play, just like you see a certificate of censor board in a movie theater, similarly, the rating is displayed. The classification of the content is displayed. There are different categories. U means universal. Anybody can watch. Even a 3-year-old kid, 5-year-old kid can also watch U-rated content. It's made for kids and adults as well. Anything above this, clearly the age limit is specified. UA7+, meaning adults and kids above 7 years can watch it. UA13+, UA16+, and only adult. So like this, content, if it is classified depending on what content is present, accordingly, children can be protected from adult content. It could be extreme violence, explicit language, or sexually explicit visuals. This can be restricted only for adults who are mature enough to consume such content. So the government, fortunately, has not interfered here. It has allowed the companies to self-classify the content. They have to display this prominently when the movie or the show starts playing. This is something companies had already done. When you play on any platform, you will clearly see the classification of the content. Next, parental lock is mandatory. Adult rated content will be locked. Children cannot access this. It should be locked with a password. This again was already present. Even before government made it mandatory, OTT companies already had given this feature. From YouTube to Netflix to Hotstar, Amazon Prime, every OTT platform, they have parental locks. You can lock out adult content. Next, the government has introduced a rating for the nature of the content, which should also be shown. a specific rating criteria has been given. It's a star rating system, right? Depending on that, users can decide whether they want to watch or not. For example, it will clearly mention that the movie contains some religious references. It contains political references. If you're not comfortable, you look at the rating, you look at the classification, you don't like it, don't watch it. Skip it entirely. Those who want to watch it, they will watch it. So a classification and rating system is provided. So the government has not interfered excessively. It has only provided for self-classification, self-regulation. Understood? Then finally, coming to digital news media, the third category. What is digital news media? Basically, these are news platforms which only have a digital presence, only have an online presence. You would have heard about Swarajya, Scroll, Print, The Wire, right? The Morning Context, Ken. All these are news platforms. They're media outlets, but they only have online presence. They have no newspaper they print. They don't print any magazine or newspaper. They don't have any TV channels. They are only present on social media. They are present on the internet. They have a website and they will engage the audience through their social media platforms. These are your digital news media platforms, purely digital. Now, these platforms were not regulated before because newspapers come under the Press Council of India. Print newspapers, they fall under the guidelines of Press Council of India. Whereas your TV channels, your TV news channels, they come under the Cable TV Regulation Act and they are regulated by the industry level bodies. All the news channels have an industry level association. They have self-regulatory guidelines. There is Press Council of India for regulating newspaper content. It's a quasi-judicial body which will be headed by a former Supreme Court judge. So like this, media platforms are self-regulated within the industry. The government again doesn't interfere much because government should never step into the domain of the media. There should be a free media, free press, which is again under Article 90. Now the concern here was these digital only news platforms were not falling under either of the categories. They were neither a television channel nor a newspaper or a magazine. So that is why separate regulatory rules were needed. Now what the government has said is that these platforms should have a grievance redressal mechanism. If the reader finds any article objectionable, right? If the reader finds that there is fake news or propaganda or deliberately misleading information, there should be a way for you to raise your complaint, to raise your grievance. All right. Now let's say I'm reading an article from the print or I'm reading an article from Swarajya magazine. All right. I find something problematic with this article. I feel it's against the country, or I feel it's promoting hatred, or I feel that this is fake news. Now, on the website itself, they should give me an option where I can raise the complaint and the publisher themselves will look into it. Self-regulation by publishers, that is level 1 of regulation. So basically, a 3-tier mechanism has been created at 3 different levels where the complaints will be looked into regarding objectionable content on digital news media. So if a reader raises the complaint, first it will go to the publisher itself. For example, let's say I read an article on print, I have some issue with it, I raise a grievance. Now the print itself, the company, they have to look into it. They have to follow the journalistic standards, ethical standards, review this and address my grievance. Either they have to issue an apology and a correction if they are wrong, and if they are not wrong, they have to inform me that this is not against any guidelines. So self-regulation by the publisher themselves on their own. If they don't take satisfactory action, if you're not satisfied with their response, you can approach the second level where all publishers have come together to form an industry level regulation body. At the industry level, digital news media outlets have formed an association and there will be a self-regulating body here. So you can escalate this, you can appeal against the decision of the publisher and appeal at the second level. Now, these two levels are perfectly fine because there is no government interference, right? The publisher themselves will first look into the grievance, then the industry body is looking into it. So there is no government interference. So first two levels are absolutely fine. But the third level has raised concern. At the third level, government is giving itself the power to regulate digital news media. There will be a government appointed oversight mechanism. If you're not satisfied with the first two levels of grievance redressal, you can approach the government appointed committee. Now, this is problematic. If government is giving itself powers to regulate media, then that is grossly undemocratic. Now, let's say someone from the ruling party, they don't agree with a critical article. They'll raise a complaint with the publisher, right? They'll say, we are not happy with your response. They'll escalate it to the industry level self-regulatory body. Even here, they might say, I'm not happy with your response. And finally, they might take the grievance to the government appointed body. What if the ruling party manipulates the committee because they are the ones appointing the committee? What if they deliberately force this company to take down the article? Just because it is criticizing the government and the leaders, what if this oversight mechanism orders the company to delete those articles? That is violation of free speech and free press. So this is where a concern has been raised. With regard to level 3 regulation, government should not have interfered. It should not have given itself an indirect role to regulate news content. Because the standard in journalism is that self-regulation is the best. The concerned newspaper, TV channel, industry level bodies, they will regulate themselves. Government should not interfere. It cannot interfere. But here, the government has given itself a role at the third level. And this is quite alarming. So that is why a lot of concern has been raised here as well. Now, recently, the IT rules were amended. IT rules 2021 has been amended to provide for regulation of online gaming. Is that clear? Because with online gaming also there are many risks. There is a financial risk to the people, right? People might bet money. They might lose a lot of money. There is a cyber security risk. And there is a concern about addiction to such games. I'm sure you would have seen a number of games coming up, which are becoming very popular. You have these fantasy sport leagues. Whenever IPL takes place, whenever football tournaments take place, there are these fantasy online games which are held. You build your own teams and you bet against it, right? So this in a way encourages betting, which is illegal in India, right? Sometimes there are games that are on the borderline promoting gambling. Betting and gambling is illegal in the country, right? And it is promising financial benefits. This might be misleading. Many people might lose their money as well. So the data could be compromised, leading to cybersecurity risks. And more importantly, it could become an addiction. So that is why the government has brought out a set of rules to regulate online gaming. All right. They have to follow some basic standards. Again, the government is not interfering too much. It's calling for self-regulation by the industry. Industry has to follow certain practices. If it is just a game, then it's fine. At any cost, gambling and betting will not be allowed. This is one very important guideline. Gambling and betting cannot be allowed. All right. Online games are fine. Fantasy leagues are fine. But that should not turn into gambling and betting, right? Where you're betting against the other team, betting on players. That should not happen. Cybersecurity risks have to be handled. Addictive behavior should not be encouraged. So those are some basic self-regulatory guidelines that are being implemented on online gaming industry. So this completes my discussion on social media and media and how they could be misused to create security problems. We have covered all the key topics, including the Personal Data Act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and as well as the IT rules. So let's stop the discussion for now. Let's take a break. We'll come back after the break and we will start with the next topic. We will start with cyber security. Is that clear? So now it's around 3:45. Take a 15 minutes break. Please come back at 4 p.m. All right, we'll meet at 4 p.m. again and start with the next topic, that is cyber security. It's a relatively smaller topic. We'll finish this and then look at money laundering and border management. So see you back at 4. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. Now let's see if there are any doubts and questions regarding the last chapter. After that, I'll start with cybersecurity. Hemlata is asking, sir, please explain due diligence. Due diligence means social media companies have to follow the rules, the IT rules which we discussed. If they follow the rules, it means they are showing due diligence. If they don't follow, it means they are not showing due diligence, and later the legal immunity which is provided to them can be removed by the government and criminal charges can be pressed against the company officials. Is that clear? Now, for example, we say that a IAS aspirant should diligently practice answer writing. What does it mean? You have to do it religiously. You have to do it with complete involvement. So companies are expected to religiously follow the IT rules. That's what you mean by due diligence. If they don't show that commitment, if they show violations of IT rules, then the legal immunity will be removed for them and cases can be filed against the company officials. Vritika is asking difference between Data Protection Act and IT rules. There is a very big difference. First of all, Data Protection Act is a law passed by the parliament. IT rules are notified by the government under the IT Act, and both have a different purpose. The Data Protection Act is meant for protecting your personal data, right? It is placing obligations on the companies and the government, and they're being asked to protect your personal data rights. Whereas IT rules is to regulate social media, regulate OTT platforms, digital news media, and online gaming. Those are specific guidelines for the companies to follow to prevent the misuse of these platforms. So both are very different. Himanshu is asking, what is Cyber Dome project? Don't worry, Himanshu, I'll come to it. We are yet to start with cybersecurity. So under this discussion, I will explain at the end what is the Cyber Dome project. Kanchana is asking, when was IT Act passed? IT Act was passed in the year 2000. Okay, so these were the questions. Now let's start with the next chapter, very important chapter, that is cybersecurity. In today's world, which is driven by the internet, which is based largely on the internet, ensuring cybersecurity has become very, very important. It's no longer optional, it is mandatory. If you have to be safe in today's world, if you have to ensure your personal safety, your data safety, your financial safety, and even the safety of your country, implementing cybersecurity measures is extremely important. Because in the cyber domain, in the cyberspace, there are so many threats that have emerged that through these threats, through these security threats, it is possible to create real security problems. Through a cyber attack, it's possible to spy on targeted individuals or against targeted governments, meaning cyber espionage is a reality. Cyber warfare is a reality. There are cyber weapons, offensive, defensive cyber weapons through which countries can wage wars against each other. Just like in the traditional wars where armed forces engage in a conflict, today countries are waging cyber wars against each other. Through a cyber war, you can physically destroy infrastructure in a country. You can physically cause economic destruction of a country's economy. That is the power of a cyber weapon. So we'll discuss what kind of cyber threats are present, why cybersecurity is important, why this domain is challenging, what are the new emerging threats in this domain, and how India is trying to deal with them. What framework do we have? What policies do we have? What institutions are set up in India to deal with cyber safety and cybersecurity? So let's take a look at this quickly. Let's start with a basic concept. First, you have to understand that the cyberspace has emerged as the fifth domain of warfare. Is that clear? When the internet was conceptualized and developed in 1980s, initially it was thought as a civilian space meant for civilian applications. When Tim Berners-Lee developed the World Wide Web, right, and created a public accessible internet, it initially emerged as a research project amongst educational institutions and universities in the United States. This was on the civilian side. It was a network of interconnected computers where data can be shared, research material, educational material could be shared between colleges, universities, and research institutions. So initially, the civilian application of internet was largely meant to serve the civilians. But parallelly, there was a military application being developed by the US Department of Defense. The US Department of Defense was building the first version of the internet called ARPANET. The US military had realized the power of connecting computers virtually through a network. Right? Through this information, intelligence could be transmitted, military orders could be communicated. So the great military application available in the cyberspace was recognized very early by the US military and as well as governments around the world. So from the beginning, the cyber domain has not only developed as a civilian space, but it has also developed as a military space meant for armed forces, intelligence agencies. So today, the advances in the field of computing and internet is so sophisticated that it is possible to wage a war in the cyber domain. That's why I told you this is the fifth dimension of warfare, the fifth domain where wars are being fought. Traditionally, wars were fought either on land. This was the first domain of warfare, right? When humans started waging wars, traditional wars were fought on land through traditional armies, land-based armies. Then came the maritime domain. Once we developed the technology to build ships, since then, since centuries, maritime conflict became a reality. So the seas and the oceans became the second dimension of warfare where wars were fought. Then once we developed aircrafts, fighter jets, the airspace became the third dimension, the third domain where wars were fought. Then came space technology after the Second World War. A space race began between US and Soviet Union, and they both were competing to reach the space and the moon, and very quickly they militarized outer space. Military assets were deployed in space. Military capabilities and weapons capabilities were developed in outer space. So space has become the fourth dimension of warfare. Very few countries have this capability. US, Russia, India, and China. These are the only four countries in the world which have proven space military capabilities, where they can carry out attacks in space, in outer space, or even deploy weapons if required in outer space. So after this, after the space race and the militarization of outer space, we started witnessing the evolution in electronics, computers, communication, and networks. This was in 1980s, 1990s. So as the internet and the IT domain developed and the cyberspace became omnipresent across the economy, across all industries and sectors, governments and militaries and intelligence agencies, they weaponized the cyber domain as well. Cyber espionage and cyber warfare have become a reality. Cyber espionage, cyber warfare, and even cyber terrorism. Through the cyber domain, terror groups can carry out a terror attack. Through the cyber domain, espionage can be conducted, that is spying. Countries can spy against another country, and wars can be fought as well. These are not just virtual wars. These virtual wars will have a real world impact. Through a cyber attack, you can destroy a dam, you can destroy a power station, you can create a blackout, a power blackout by bringing down the power grids. You can completely disable the banking and financial system in a country. You can fully disable communication in a target country. You can cause aircrafts to crash. You can cause a train accident through a cyber attack. So physically, attacks can be carried out through cyber weapons, through cyber warfare. You can destroy a nuclear plant. Physically, a nuclear plant can be destroyed through a cyber attack. So this is what we refer to as cyber warfare, where countries, two states, can engage cyber weapons in this domain and target each other. Without fighting a real war, just through the cyber domain, countries can be brought down to their knees. A country can be entirely crippled through a cyber warfare. Because the world has become heavily dependent on the internet and cyberspace. There is not a single industry or a sector which is not dependent on the internet. Be it power sector, banking sector, the financial sector, the government itself, right? Armed forces. Then the railways, are air traffic and air connectivity, road connectivity, operation of critical infrastructure like dams and power plants, power grids, right? They're all dependent on computers which are all connected to the network, to the internet. So since everything is connected in this world and every sector in the economy is dependent on it, targeted attacks can be mounted to cripple an industry, to cripple whole sectors and even bring down the whole country. So that is the power of cyber warfare today. But ensuring cyber security is very challenging. It's very, very complicated. There is nothing called 100% foolproof security. You can never claim to have foolproof security in cyberspace. It's impossible. Why? Because technology is constantly evolving. New cyber weapons are being developed. New malwares are being deployed constantly around the world by governments, intelligence agencies, cyber criminals, etc. Today, you might have the best cybersecurity possible. By tomorrow, it can become outdated if there is a new cyber weapon or a malware which is released. That is how fast evolving this domain is. Is that clear? And the very nature of cyberspace is such that there are no geographical boundaries here. So when there are no geographical boundaries, it is difficult to establish jurisdiction. Because what is the internet? The internet is a decentralized global network. It's a peer-to-peer network. Different nodes on the network are all connected with each other. Your mobile phone, your computers, the computers I have here, right? My phone, everything is connected. All these devices are connected to the internet. Every node becomes a peer. So the peers can interact through this decentralized global network, which is the internet. It's a virtual space. So no single country, no single government, or no single company controls the internet. Although some countries and some companies have a disproportionate control or a higher degree of control, no single entity controls the internet because it is not centralized. The very nature of internet is such that it is a decentralized peer-to-peer network. So there are no geographical boundaries or barriers here. In the physical world, we know where India's borders end. Correct? We know where the land borders are. We know where maritime borders are. What is our airspace? Since you can quantify our boundaries, accordingly, we can take security measures. Now, we know that India-Myanmar border is porous, so we can try to fence the border. We know that organized crime is rampant along the Bangladeshi border. We can increase border security through physical measures, right? So when you know where your jurisdiction lies, where your boundaries end, You can take preventive measures more easily, and you can even pinpoint and blame the country that is responsible for the attack. Like, for example, Pakistan sponsors terrorism against India. We know that these terror groups are sheltered in Pakistan. We know their location. Through intelligence gathering, we have identified where the terror camps are located. Right? So we have evidence to show that. So since we know where the terror camps are, who's supporting them, since we can identify its location, we can blame Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism against India. We can attribute the attack. But in cyberspace, this is not possible. Attributing the location of the attack, the origin of the attack, is very, very difficult. Because on the internet, you can become completely anonymous if you know how to hide. You can use proxy servers, virtual private networks, to mask your identity, your location, your IP address, which allows you to become fully anonymous. By using proxy servers, you can route your traffic across multiple countries. Let's say you're a cyber attacker sitting in Pakistan. But by using proxy servers and VPNs, you can mask your location, your IP address and identity as well, and route the attack through multiple other countries. You can target India, and if we try to investigate where the attack came from, right, the route will take us to Brazil, US, Russia, Egypt, China, Iran. So you can bounce the internet traffic across multiple countries and hide the actual location where the attacker is sitting in. So you can't physically attribute who the attacker is. You can't identify who's behind it, right? You can't pinpoint the location, and you don't have jurisdiction because you can't identify any geographical boundaries here. So when this is not possible, whom will you blame for the attack? Whom will you hold accountable? And how will you deter future attacks? How will you retaliate? See, these are traditional security concepts. It works in traditional domains. In the regular domain of warfare, like land, sea, and air, we can identify where the threats are coming from, where they are located, where they are operating from. Accordingly, we can retaliate against them. We can deter them. Like, for example, we know that the Lashkar terrorists who carried out Mumbai attacks, they came through the sea route. Right? We have evidence for that. So based on that, we can improve maritime security and coastal security. When Uri Pulwama attacks happened, we pinpointed the terror group responsible for it and where it is based out of. So accordingly, we triggered a retaliation. We retaliated against Pakistan by conducting surgical strikes and air strikes against those locations. But in case of a cyber attack, you don't know where the attacker is sitting. You don't know who sponsored it, who's behind it, because they are anonymous. They can conceal themselves. That is the technology that is available. So when you can't identify, attribute, and locate, how will you deter future attacks? How will you retaliate and punish? Whom will you blame? These traditional concepts will not work in cyberspace. And also, technology, as I told you, is rapidly evolving. There are new malwares coming up. There are advanced computing facilities and resources being developed. So the cyber criminals, cyber units of various governments and intelligence agencies and armed forces, they are all upgrading themselves constantly. So no matter what measure you take, you cannot have 100% foolproof security. This is a myth. Foolproof security in cyberspace is a myth. It's impossible. Today, I might have the best cyber security for my system. By tomorrow, it can become outdated. If there is a new loophole the attackers find to hack into my system, or if a new malware, advanced malware is developed, right? Or if they are employing new technologies to hack into my system, right? My cybersecurity becomes outdated. So I have to upgrade again. So this is a constant effort. You can't assume that we have taken some measures this year and you can't assume that we are safe. It doesn't work like that. This is a 24/7 job. And this should be done 365 days a year. You have to maintain round the clock surveillance and constantly you have to keep upgrading yourself with emerging threats. You have to forecast the threats. You have to stay ahead of the threats. Understood? So there is no foolproof cybersecurity because of these features of the internet and cyberspace. There are no geographical boundaries. You can't attribute the attack. You can't identify the attacker and their location. So your traditional concepts like deterrence, retaliation will not work. Technology is so fastly evolving that you have to stay up to date. You have to catch up with the trends that are developing, that too on a day-to-day basis. Now, what exactly do we mean by a cyber attack? You should know the basics. Here I will bring in few scientific concepts, but I'll not make it too technical. I know a lot of you will be from a non-science, non-technical, non-engineering background, right? But UPSC is not expecting you to become a cybersecurity expert. That's not needed. What you need is a basic common understanding. Like you should be able to explain what is a cyber attack, different types of cyber attacks, what are malwares, how are they used, right? This is some basic knowledge you should have for both prelims and even for mains. So let's understand what exactly happens in a cyber attack. What does the attacker do? Now, I will take a computer, all right? Let's say this is my laptop. So this is my computer device. Now this is connected to the internet, either through a Wi-Fi connection or through a LAN cable. I have connected my laptop to the internet. The moment my system is connected to the network, it is vulnerable for a cyber attack. Even without an internet connection, there are ways through which the system can be hacked. I'm sure you would have heard about this word called hacking. They say that my computer got hacked. The systems of this organization was hacked by cyber criminals, right? You read about this in newspapers. What do you mean by hacking, right? How is the cyber attack executed? Now for that, you should understand the components of your computer. Your computer is made up of the hardware and the software. These are the basic constituents of your system. Hardware is nothing but the physical equipment, right? The laptop itself, the wires, the cables, the processor, right? All the physical hardware, basically. Software is the applications which are running on it. This could be the operating system and the various applications that you're running on your system. This is what constitutes your computing device. The same holds good for your phone. Your smartphone is also a computer, right? There is a hardware, there is a software on it. There's a basic OS, operating system, and various applications that you're using. Apart from this, the system is connected to a network, right? As I told you, I've connected this to the internet. So this also becomes a part of your system. The network connection, be it Wi-Fi connection or LAN connection, right? That becomes part of my computer network through which I'm accessing the internet. Now, in order to ensure basic level of security, the companies which develop the hardware, the software, which create the network, they would have already given you a basic cybersecurity feature. The hardware will be designed with some cybersecurity features in mind to make it difficult for hackers to hack into your system. Softwares, be it OS or the applications, they will have inbuilt security features. A basic cyber safety tool will also be installed. There are many cyber security tools available. Even that application will be running on the system. The network is also protected by your network provider. Now, this basic layer of defense, this first layer of defense, which is readily available in your computer, is called the firewall of the system. Now, imagine your house. right? Your house will have a basic security layer. That is the compound wall. Maybe you put some grills, or you have installed a fence, maybe an electric fence, right? These are the basic measures you have taken to guard your house. This first layer of defense is the firewall. So all the security features which are built into your computer hardware, the software, the network, right? Including the basic cybersecurity tool you're running to keep it safe. This is the firewall of the system. All right. Now, what does a hacker do? What does a cyber attacker do? They will look for vulnerabilities in your system. Despite the best effort of all these companies that build the hardware, software, and the network, there will be security gaps and loopholes. Sometimes developers themselves will not know about it. Now take operating system, for example. Let's say Windows operating system of Microsoft, or iOS of Apple, right? Or Android of Google, or even Linux-based open source operating systems. Any of these operating systems, they will have millions and millions of lines of code. A OS or software is basically what? It's basically lines of code. They will have millions and millions of lines of code, and the developers who developed the product, who wrote the code, they themselves will not be aware where the loopholes might be present. So such unknown vulnerabilities, which are not known to anyone, this is what the hacker will try to identify. It requires a lot of technical skill. Not everyone can do it, right? You need to be an expert to figure out these loopholes, which the company itself doesn't know, which the developers themselves don't know about. These unknown vulnerabilities are called zero-day vulnerability. This can be a prelims question. UPSC might ask you, what is zero-day vulnerability? It is nothing but the security flaws in your computer system, which is not known to anyone. The company which developed the hardware, they don't know that there is a security flaw, because computers are very complex systems. Despite all the best measures that they take, there might be certain bugs, there might be certain loopholes which the attacker might identify. The software, the OS and the applications you're running, despite the best effort of the company which developed it, despite all the best security features being offered, they may not know some of the loopholes which are present. The attacker may be able to figure this out. So once they identify such an unknown vulnerability, if a new vulnerability is identified, this is called a zero-day vulnerability. Now the hacker will try to exploit this and launch an attack, and we call this zero-day exploit. For example, recently with Microsoft, there was a zero-day exploit. Microsoft itself didn't know that there was a bug in the operating system, right? Few attackers figured this out, and they started mounting major attacks, introducing malwares, and they tried to hack into systems to carry out cyber crimes. So this unknown vulnerability which was reported, that becomes a zero-day vulnerability, and the attack they carry out is a zero-day exploit. So what is the hacker doing essentially? Essentially, they are trying to gain illegal access, unauthorized access into your system. That is what they want. That's what we call as hacking. Hacking means someone from the outside is trying to gain unauthorized access into your system, into your network. Why are they doing it? Because they want to steal your information, or they want to observe and monitor what you're doing, right? Because of this reason, they're trying to access your system. Now, for example, your mobile phone, right? Your mobile phone will have a password, a face ID lock, right? Or your fingerprint, right? It unlocks only with your biometrics. But what if a hacker figures out an exploit and gains access into your phone without your knowledge, without the need for your biometrics? That is called hacking. If someone gains access into your device if they can access the hardware, the software, the network by breaching the firewall, by breaching the basic defense, that is called hacking. And once they get into your system, get into the network, they can steal your data, because there could be sensitive data stored. Your credit card details, your banking information, your bank account number, net banking password, right? Your personal details, sensitive, intimate information. This could all be stolen by the attacker, and they can misuse this. They can steal your money from your bank. They can blackmail you. They can hold you to ransom, saying that we will leak this information if you don't pay us money. Right? They might have some sensitive, intimate information about you. By hacking into your system, they will hold you to ransom. If you don't pay, they will leak it online. So you'll get scared, you'll worry about your dignity, your image, and you'll end up paying the ransom to them. Or they might force you to do certain things. So this is exactly what the hacker wants. They essentially want to get into your system and control the system or steal the data from your system. This is what we call hacking. How do they do it? One way is by identifying the vulnerabilities, the unknown vulnerabilities, which are known as zero-day vulnerabilities. Once they figure out this gap in the firewall, they will execute an attack, which is called a zero-day exploit. Now, for example, you have a house, you have built a compound, you have put some grill as well, but you didn't know that there was a hole in the wall. You didn't know at all. That is noticed by the attacker who's sitting outside. He will see that hole in the wall and he will try to enter. So that hole which was not known to you, that is zero-day vulnerability. And if the attacker sneaks through and comes inside, that attack is a zero-day exploit. Is that clear? And once they get inside the house, they can do whatever they want. They can steal the valuables you have stored in the house, right? And they can simply run away. Or they might stay in the house and hold you to ransom. Or they might secretly hide in the house and watch what you're doing, monitor what you're doing, collect information, then use it against you. This is exactly what cyber criminals do once they get into your computer. Either they will steal information and get out, through which they will withdraw money from your bank account. Or they will steal your personal data, get out and sell it online. Because there are many who will pay a huge sum for personal data, which they can misuse later. Or they will hide. They will just secretly observe what you're doing. They can monitor what you're typing. They can switch on the camera without your knowledge. They can record what you're doing, watch what you're doing, listen to what you're speaking. They can switch on the mic, switch on the camera, monitor every keystroke that you're typing. So by monitoring your activities and your behavior, by collecting that information, they can use this to blackmail you. Understood? Or they can manipulate the functioning of the computer itself. Let's say your computer is connected to a security system. Let's say your house has CCTV cameras. Your house has automatic gate and garage door. All of this is connected to your device. Now the hacker can control your system in such a way that he can open the gate, he can control the garage door, he can switch off the cameras. So whatever the computer is controlling can be manipulated. The functioning of the device can be manipulated. So this is the risk associated with cyber attacks. Understood? So once they identify the vulnerability, the gap in the firewall, the weakness in the defense layer, they try to introduce malware into your system in order to execute the attack. Right? Once they identify the weakness, right, to execute the attack and to get into your system, they will use a malware. What is a malware? Malware is short form for malicious software. Malware is nothing but a software, but it is written with a malicious intention. This code, it's basically a piece of code. This code or this software has been developed by the attacker with a wrong intention, with a bad intention, with an intention to cause harm to you, to spy on you, to steal information from you, to steal money from you, or to blackmail you, or to control your system. So such malicious software is called a malware. It is basically short form for malicious software. There are different types of malwares that are used by attackers. You have computer worms, Trojans, computer viruses, and many more. These are some of the popular malwares. A virus, a worm, a Trojan. There's also something called a ransomware. So these are the popular malwares deployed by the attacker once they identify the vulnerability, either in your hardware, software, or in the network. So they will illegally access, in an unauthorized way, they'll access into your system and plant the malware on the system. Someone can do it physically as well. Let's say your system is not even connected to the internet. Then how will they hack into it? It's not possible, right? But what if a criminal has access to your device physically? What if they get a pen drive, plug it, and download the malware on your system? Even that is possible. So the purpose of a malware is to execute a malicious code which will harm your interests. It will basically hide itself in the system to steal data, to monitor what you're doing, or to control the system, or that's what it remotely gives control to the attacker. The attacker will be sitting somewhere else. Virtually, he can control your device, the way it functions, the way it operates. They can switch on your camera, switch on the microphone, record what you're doing, right? So virtual control will be given. Remote control will be given to the attacker. So it all depends on how the malware is designed, how the code is written, for what purpose, for what intention. So this is one basic concept you have to be very clear about. All right, just the basic of what is a cyber attack, what do you mean by hacking, what is zero-day vulnerability and zero-day exploit, what is a malware. Basic definition, basic understanding is enough. Don't go in depth. Like I said, you don't have to become a IT expert or a cybersecurity expert. Just a basic school student understanding, a common man's understanding. Next, let's talk about a type of attack called as DDoS attack. DDoS attack is mainly used to target websites and the servers connected to these websites. Have you heard about it? Does anyone know what is DDoS? What does it stand for? Have you heard or do you know anything about it? Yes or no? Vritika says yes. Okay, so Vritika, tell me the full form of DDoS. Very good. Nikhil has given the answer. Anyone else? Vikas also has given the right answer. Very good. DDoS stands for Distributed Denial of Service. Distributed Denial of Service. This is a type of attack, very popular. It is used to target websites primarily, to bring down websites, and even to hack into the servers that are connected to those websites. Now, you might have seen that sometimes government websites are targeted. For example, whenever there are India-Pakistan tensions, some hackers from India, Pakistan, they start targeting each other. Indian hackers will target Pakistani government websites. Pakistani hackers will target Indian government websites. They'll try to make the website inaccessible. If you log into that website, it will show that there is an error or the website is down. Sometimes they will even put a message saying that Pakistani hackers have hacked the Indian government website to embarrass us, to cause humiliation. All right. And not just that, once the websites are brought down, genuine service is denied to genuine users, they might even try to get into the servers which are feeding the website, serving the website, on which the website is based on. DDoS attacks are very frequent and very common. Let's get a basic idea as to how it works. Now, to understand this, you have to understand the foundation of the internet. How does the internet work? Have you ever thought about it? Have you ever thought, how come your phone, how come your laptop fetches the website you want? What is the mechanism, the model involved there? The moment you enter something in the URL, right? The moment you enter the correct URL, the web address basically, it will take you to the correct website. It will fetch you the pages you're looking for. How is this happening? This works on the basis of the client server model. This is the foundation of the internet, the client server model. Now, what do you mean by this? The client is nothing but your device. Your device is the client. Your mobile phone, your computer through which you're accessing the internet, you're accessing a particular website, that is the client. So there can be many such clients. Let's say all of you are trying to access this class of Byju's IAS. So you will enter the URL, right? Or let's say you want to log into your Facebook account. You take your phone, you take your laptop, you type facebook.com. That is the web address, the URL link. Now immediately the Facebook home page is displayed, right? The mechanism behind it is that, I'll explain this in a very crude and simple manner. Your device is the client. It is basically sending a request to the Facebook server, or let's say Byju's server, if you're trying to access our website or the class. Your client device sent this link and this request, the correct web address, right? It directs you to the right server and it tries to fetch the data, fetch the page that you're looking for. When you typed facebook.com, that is the home page of Facebook. So your traffic is diverted or redirected towards Facebook server, and your client is making a request to Facebook server. Your phone, your computer is asking, see, my user is asking for the home page. Can you please serve the home page? So Facebook server will deliver that page and displays this on your device, on the client. That is why it is called a server in the first place. It's called a server because it's serving the client, serving the request of the client. Now you click on sign in. You enter your username, password and hit enter. The data is sent, the request is sent to Facebook server. So what will it do? It will check whether the credentials are correct, whether the user ID password is correct, whether it matches. And if it is authorized, your account, your home page is fetched and served to you by the Facebook server. This model of interaction between a client device and the server is the client server model. Your client device will keep raising requests depending on what you're trying to access, and the server will keep serving your requests. That is how the basic model of the internet looks like. Now, what if millions of clients are trying to access the same server? I'm right now taking one example. One client raising a request and the server is serving the request. Fine. What if there are millions of users simultaneously raising a request for the same server? Can the server handle that capacity? The server can handle the capacity if it is designed to handle such a high volume. All right, now let's take one very easy example. Let's say this is UPSC server. All right. All UPSC aspirants are trying to apply for the exam. The notification has come out. Let's say this is the last day to apply. Today is the last day to apply for UPSC prelims. So lakhs of students in the country, they're all trying to enter the same web page. They're all sending requests to the same UPSC server. Now UPSC knows this. UPSC knows that, okay, this is the traffic we can expect. We might expect maybe 1 million requests simultaneously. So just for safety, just to ensure it can handle a surge in traffic, UPSC would have got a buffer capacity designed. Even if the maximum expected traffic is only 1 million requests, just to ensure that the website doesn't go down and the server doesn't crash during high volume, they will add a buffer as well for safety. They would have designed a capacity for, let's say, 3 million requests. This is just a hypothetical example, just to make it easier for you. Now, this UPSC server can handle almost 3 million simultaneous requests if it wants. But the peak expected traffic is only 1 million, which means there is still enough bandwidth. The server will be able to serve all the requests without any interruption, without any disruption. Got it? Because UPSC wants to ensure that students can apply easily. No one should get anxious. They shouldn't panic. Imagine on the last day, if website goes down, everybody will panic, right? That denial of service shouldn't happen. The service should always be available. So to ensure that, UPSC would have taken that into consideration. Whoever built the website for UPSC, right? It is NIC in the case of the government, the National Informatics Center. They would have built an additional buffer, created that additional bandwidth to handle a sudden surge in traffic as well. Even though they expect only 1 million peak traffic, they would have added a buffer and kept a capacity of 3 million. So this client server model will be functioning very smoothly. Everybody will be getting access. Everybody can be applying easily. No problem at all. Now let us say there is a angry aspirant. He's angry that he hasn't cleared UPSC. He's angry that UPSC has been very unpredictable. He wants to embarrass UPSC. He wants to target UPSC, and he gets a joy out of even affecting genuine UPSC aspirants. Let's say there is one such aspirant, right, who wants to embarrass UPSC. He's angry with the organization. Got it? Now, if he tries to bring down the UPSC server, how does he do it? He will do it through a DDoS attack. Distributed denial of service attack. Let's say this angry aspirant is very good in hacking. He's very good with his computing skills, and he has learned how to execute a DDoS attack. So what he will do is, first he will analyze the server capacity of UPSC. He will figure out that, okay, peak traffic UPSC is expecting is around 1 million hits simultaneously, but server has a buffer and it can handle up to 3 million requests. Now, this angry aspirant who's trying to mount an attack, he will try to overwhelm the UPSC server. How can he do it? He can do it by sending more than 3 million requests. If this angry aspirant, who is the cyber attacker here, if he can execute more than 3 million simultaneous requests hitting the UPSC server, plus there will be some genuine traffic as well, let's say 1 million. So 4 million requests are coming in. Now the server will not know which request to serve. The server will fail. Let's say its capacity is 3 million, but it's getting flooded with 4, 5, 6 million requests. Who's doing this? The angry aspirant. He is mounting requests after requests. These are fake requests. I'll tell you how the requests can be generated, how such attacks can be executed. Imagine there is 1 million requests coming in genuinely from genuine students who are eagerly applying for the exam. But this one attacker who wants to embarrass UPSC and disrupt the preparation of the aspirants, he will attack the server of UPSC with, let's say, 4 or 5 million requests. So the server of UPSC gets overwhelmed. It will not know which request to serve. This is where the server will shut down. If the server shuts down, the website will go down as well, thereby denying genuine service to genuine aspirants. That is why denial of service attack. Genuine aspirants can't access the website. They can't apply. The deadline might be crossed. Understood? So the aspirant, what did he do? The attacker, he mounted simultaneous requests to overwhelm the capacity of the server, so that server gets confused. It will not be able to serve all the requests because its capacity was only 3 million. He breached its capacity, even the buffer bandwidth, and hit the server with 6-7 million requests, and the server will shut down. Once the server goes down, the website will also go down, and this is called a denial of service attack. Now, why is it called distributed denial of service? And how can someone generate so many requests? It's actually quite simple. These hackers, they will know how to hijack systems around the world or build a bot program that can mimic millions of computers. The hacker will take over maybe lakhs of computers around the world and use them to send requests, the fake requests. Or he will write a code. He will create a bot program. It's like an automated program which can generate millions of simultaneous requests as if it's coming from genuine clients, genuine computers. This again requires skills. It requires coding skills, hacking skills. So if this aspirant can do that, if he can hijack hundreds and thousands of systems and use them remotely to mount requests against the server, even that will work. But that is a little more complicated. Usually what they do is they will write a bot program. This bot automated program can create requests mimicking actual requests from a computer, and it appears that these are all unique requests coming from millions of computers. And when this floods the server of UPSC, UPSC thinks all these are genuine requests. The server will get confused. It can't distinguish between the fake requests sent by the attacker and the genuine requests the students are sending. So without knowing which request to serve, the overwhelmed server will shut down, leading to denial of service for genuine students. So genuine students will scold UPSC. They'll blame UPSC. It's a government website. They don't know how to build a website. UPSC gets embarrassed. It's humiliating for UPSC. Genuine students were denied service, right? They get anxious, they get worried. So that is exactly what happens in a distributed denial of service attack. It's called distributed attack because the requests are distributed, either through computers around the world or through a bot program. The requests are being sent in a distributed manner, and the goal here is to deny genuine service. But the attacker may not stop here. Once the server is down, this is a weak point for the system. When server is shut down, it is rebooting, it is restarting. Its firewall, its defenses would have shut down. Now this is a major vulnerability. Now this angry aspirant, he wants to take this attack to the next level. He might try to breach and hack into the server itself. As the system has shut down and it is rebooting, the defenses are down, the firewall is down. By exploiting this gap, this vulnerability, the hacker might hack into the server to steal sensitive data, to steal the data of other aspirants, to steal the marks of other aspirants, or maybe even the question paper, and try to leak it, try to publish it in order to humiliate UPSC. This is how a DDoS attack works. It's one of the most common kind of cyber attacks, where the intention is to take down a website, disrupt a website by bringing down the servers, by overwhelming them with a distributed attack. By flooding the server with millions of requests, they overwhelm the server, leading to the shutdown of the server. And what happens? The genuine users, they will get affected. For them, service gets denied. Now, in this example, it may not seem like a big impact. But imagine if this happens with a bank or with a stockbroker, where crores of rupees are being transacted in real time. There are millions of customers carrying out transactions with a big bank or with a big stockbroker. Imagine if their website is brought down, if their server is brought down, what will happen? There will be financial repercussions. Transactions will not go through. Imagine SBI's website being down. Okay, SBI, I understand their website is usually down. Let's say a better bank, let's say ICICI, HDFC. Millions of people are trying to transact, but the website goes down because someone mounted a DDoS attack. Genuine customers are affected. Financial transactions get disrupted. This can have an economic cost on the economy. And the worst part is, if the hacker manages to breach into the server, he might steal sensitive banking data. He might get hold of customer data and use that to steal money as well. So this is the purpose, the intention behind DDoS attack, and this is how it works. So you don't have to get very technical. I haven't explained anything technical here. There are a lot of technicalities involved. I'm giving you a very simple, brief explanation. Today, cybersecurity is so advanced. There are cybersecurity tools which can automatically detect an incoming DDoS attack. Today, cybersecurity softwares are so advanced, they can differentiate between a genuine client and a bot-generated request. They will automatically filter the bot requests. It can even increase the bandwidth automatically depending on the attack which is coming in. Let's say 5 million requests are being flooded. Bandwidth will be scaled up to 10 million, 12 million automatically. So such measures have been built in. That is how advanced cybersecurity has become. But attackers are also becoming more and more advanced. They are developing new ways of cracking the security to bring down the websites and the servers and try to hack into the servers. So such an attack, which is designed to deny service to genuine users, to genuine customers, which is designed to embarrass the organization, right? Where distributed attacks are being mounted, distributed requests are being sent to overwhelm the server. That is called DDoS, distributed denial of service. Is that clear? Next, we understood what is hacking. Now let's talk about phishing. What is phishing? I'm sure many of you would have experienced a phishing attack, or you might have even become a victim of a phishing attack. This term is drawn from the word fishing, the act of catching a fish. Have you ever caught a fish using a fishing rod? How do you catch a fish using a fishing rod? You use a bait. You take the fishing rod, at the hook, you put a bait, you put a food item, maybe a worm or a piece of meat or some food particle, you attach it to the hook and you lower the hook into the water. What are you doing? You're trying to trick the fish. You're deceiving the fish to think this is actual food, right? Now the fish, which is eager to grab onto the food item, it will rush and it will grab the food and it will grab the hook as well. So there might be a worm or a food particle placed at the hook. The fish gets attracted by it. It's got tricked. It's been deceived. The moment it latches onto the food item, it's caught by the hook and you reel the fish in. You bring the fish out of the water and the fish is caught. Something similar happens here in a phishing attack. The word is drawn from the same word, which is phishing. But of course, the meaning, the method is slightly different here, but the mechanism is the same. Just like the fish was tricked and deceived by a bait, similarly, in a phishing attack, the victim is tricked or deceived. The target is tricked or deceived into committing an action which will make them exposed to an attack. For example, I'm sure all of you are getting WhatsApp calls, you're getting messages on Telegram, you're getting text messages as well, saying that, are you looking for work from home opportunities? You can earn 30,000, 50,000. Or you might get WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp calls, where they say that you invest in a cryptocurrency. There is this new platform. People are making 100% profit. Or as one student said earlier, someone reached out to her friend saying that there is an AI company. If you invest, you will get 100% profits. Many people fell for it, right? We even get emails saying that you have won a lottery saying that Nigerian prince is contacting you, he's offering you a job. These are common tactics which have been used. Now it has become a little more sophisticated. The whole idea here is to deceive the victim, trick them to believe that this is a genuine communication, authentic official communication. Once you're tricked, deceived, they can convince you to do the action they want. And once you commit that action, the attacker is asking you to do, you become a victim of a cyber attack. This can be done either through emails or even through the social media chat option which is available, including the calling option, right? Including WhatsApp calls, as I told you. It can be done even through SMS, even through a regular phone call. Now, of late, there are many frauds and scams being committed where you suddenly get 5,000 rupees from an unknown number on your digital wallets, maybe on Google Pay, Phone Pay. Suddenly you get 5,000 rupees. Someone has sent 5,000 rupees to you. You don't even know this person. You feel very happy. I got 5,000 rupees from some stranger. Within minutes, they'll give you a call. They'll tell you that, mistake, I've sent you the money. I was sending it to someone else. Can you please send that money back? If you don't think for a second, right? If you believe what they're saying, right? And if you do what they're asking you to do, you will become a victim of this attack, right? What the attacker will do is, they have actually sent you money, 5,000 rupees, they've actually sent it to you. Okay. Then they're asking you to send the money back. You actually think, okay, this is a genuine guy who has wrongly sent the money, so let me send it back. He will say that, see, I'm sending you a QR code. Please scan this and the money will come back to me. Now, the moment you do that, the moment you scan the QR code they have sent, you never know where that QR code will lead you. It might lead you to a suspicious page where a malware gets downloaded, where a computer worm or a virus gets downloaded, and through that, they can hack into your system, right? Or there are cases where, for example, people have tried to sell products on platforms like OLX and eBay, etc. They would have listed the old items they want to sell, right? Maybe a sofa, maybe a cricket kit, right? Or a furniture item. They want to sell this. They have listed it. So they have put their contact number. Someone will call them. They have the number. They know what product they have listed. The attacker will call saying that I'm interested in buying this. I'll buy this. I'm ready to make the payment. Now you get very happy. You get excited. Finally, you found a buyer, right? Now the attacker will tell you, see, I'm sending you a link. Click on it. You'll get the money. Or he will say that I'm sending you a QR code. Just scan on it and you'll get the money. If you believe, if you don't think for a second, and if you do that action without realizing that if he's sending the money, he is someone who has to do something, not you. You're the recipient. You don't have to do anything, right? If someone has to send money to you, they have to scan a QR code or enter your phone number or log into their bank account and send it to you. You don't have to do anything. But if you don't apply your mind at that minute, if you believe that this is a genuine guy, right? He's trying to buy the item. He's trying to pay for the item. And if you're excited, like if you get desperate to sell that, that's when you will believe what they're saying. And if you scan the code or click the link, right? That's it. Your money will get debited from your account. Money will be sent from your account to his account. And then they will block you. They'll ghost you. Such trick attacks, deception attacks, where they are tricking the target. This is basically social engineering. They are engineering your mind. They are tricking your mind. And if you are not aware of this, if you don't know how to react, if you're not aware that such incidents can happen, you will fall prey to this attack. So these deception tactics that are used to commit frauds, scams, they are also a type of cybercrime. It need not just happen through internet-based platforms. It can happen through a phone call as well. I'll tell you one very real incident. something that I'm personally aware of, involving one of my very good friends, one of my best friends. He received, this was, I think, 2021. This was during the lockdown period when cryptocurrencies had boomed. There was a huge explosion in crypto prices. Everybody was rushing to invest in cryptocurrency without even understanding what's a cryptocurrency, right? So many scams erupted, many frauds came up during this crypto boom. He got a message on WhatsApp from some random number, usually an international number. And these attackers are very smart. The profile picture was that of a good-looking girl. This guy, my good friend, I'm a little embarrassed to tell this about him. He believed that this is actually someone who's talking to him. It's a girl on the other side talking to him. He chatted and she developed trust with him. And she told that there is an investment scheme. I'm investing in this crypto scheme. There is a trading group on Telegram. I've joined this and I've put some money and I'm getting 100% profits. This was built as a genuine conversation, as a genuine story. But again, if this guy, if he had applied his mind, he should have realized what is happening. But he had been deceived. The trust had been won. He thought this is a genuine foreign girl talking to him, right? He was impressed by that. And as instructed by her, he joined a Telegram group. There, few members were there. They were investing in this platform, the so-called crypto platform. They had given a link which would take them to a trading platform, which looked like a genuine crypto trading platform. He saw that transactions were happening. He believed it was all genuine. He started putting some money, right? He puts 2,000 rupees. He got 4,000 rupees in few days, 100% profit. Then greed took over. Human greed plays a very big role here. If you get greedy, that's where you lose your common sense. So day by day, he realized he's making money. He put 10,000, he's getting 15, 20,000 back. Now, believe it or not, this is a real story, by the way. I'm sure you'll be shocked by what I will say right now. He went to an extent in few days, in few weeks, where he had put a massive amount of money into this crypto scheme. Can you take a guess how much money he would have invested? Can you take a guess how much money this guy, a very good friend of mine, how much did he invest? 10 lakhs. I'm telling you, human greed had taken over. 10 lakhs is a little small amount. He went up to 80 lakh rupees. One day he had put around 50, 60 grand. He got double the money. He got super excited. He sold one of the houses that his parents had made without telling anyone. It was in his name. It was an apartment. His parents had registered it in his name without telling or talking to anyone, consulting anyone, like a fool. He sold the property, brought all his savings, whatever he had saved, and he took a personal loan as well. Invested up to 80 lakh rupees, thinking he will become a crorepati. The moment he did this, they blocked him. No response from the other side. The money is gone, and he was now worried. Now you might think now he became aware that he was a victim of a cyber attack. Unfortunately, even now he didn't realize it. After a few days, they contacted him again, saying, see, your profits are there. We are not able to transfer it because of taxation issues, cross-border taxation. They said that to release this amount, to transfer the amount from this country to India, there is a taxation which has to be paid. You have to transfer 15 lakh rupees. He borrowed money again and sent 15 lakh rupees. Now they blocked him permanently. This is when he woke up. He realized what had happened. And the irony is that this guy is a IT engineer. He's a software engineer. This is how people are fooled. They are tricked by scamsters. These deception tactics, they are called phishing attacks. The whole family is in crisis. He lost his savings, lost the house as well, and then went to the police. But once the money is sent, right, and that too if it's a foreign transaction, there's nothing the police can do as well in most cases. You might have seen a popular Netflix show, Jamtara, right? That's a hub of online frauds and such cyber scandals. They use many, many innovative methods. They will even have access to some of your basic details. They would have gotten hold of your basic details through various data sources. They'll know your name, your PAN number, where you're working. So using this, they'll set up a conversation. You'll get a call from a random number. They'll say that I'm calling from your bank. They will know that you have an account with this bank because somewhere your personal data has leaked, and they would have bought this data from the dark net. So they know your name, your PAN detail, your account, in which bank your account is present. They might even have your account number. But now they want to steal money from you. They don't have the password. They don't have any other detail. They have these basic details. So you'll get a call. They'll say that I'm from this bank. I'm from ICICI. This is your PAN number. This is your account number. So once you listen to the details, you get convinced. Oh, this is someone from the bank. It's a genuine call. You think it's a genuine call, right? Because you usually don't think a random person to have all these details. Equipped with the details, they'll trick you. They'll say that, sir, your account was coming under cyber attack. So we are asking everyone to change your password. We'll send a link. Please click on it. Enter your net banking, your username and password. And if you get an OTP, share that OTP. We will make the changes. Many people fall for this. Since they shared all the details, they gave the account number, the exact bank number and the name. They think it's a genuine call, right? Without knowing that banks never call you. The banks, they clearly spread this awareness that we never call you for such information. So one who believes this, right? One who clicks on the link and shares the details, that's it, they're gone. They get access to the account, they'll steal all your money. So there are many, many ways of doing it. You might get emails which look very authentic, very official. They would have figured out where you're working or where you're studying. They will design an email which looks exactly like an official email from your college, from your office. They'll use the same logos, the design, the font, everything will look very authentic. If you pay attention, you will figure out the discrepancies. But in general, people who are not aware, who don't pay that attention, they actually think they've got official emails, right? So there they might be asking you to download a PDF or share some detail or enter your login details, right? The moment you do that, the moment you commit that action, you become the fish. Just like a fish latches onto the bait and gets caught in the hook. The moment you commit the action, you are hooked by the attacker, right? You're already a victim of a cyber attack. So these trick attacks or deception attacks where your mind is being engineered, they're playing with your psychology. This is called a phishing attack. All right. So this is a major concern, a major threat which has emerged around the world. Now, let us talk about the different types of computer malwares. This is another important concept. Either a prelims or mains question can be asked. UPSC can ask you what is a computer virus, computer worm, Trojan, what is ransomware. Such basic questions can also come. So let me help you understand the differences between these malwares. How are they different? What are the basic differences between these malicious codes? First, let's talk about a virus. Then it'll be easier to understand what's a computer worm. We can compare the two and understand it easily. The term virus is used here because this software, this malicious software, behaves very similar to a biological virus. What do you know about biological viruses? Let's say SARS coronavirus 2, right, which caused the pandemic. How do viruses behave? Viruses have certain traits, certain features, certain characteristics. A computer virus is a little similar. The way it functions, the way it activates, the way it infects, the way it propagates is a little similar to a biological virus. That is why this malware is called computer virus. Please don't think I'm linking biological virus with computer virus. I'm saying the word is drawn from there. The term virus is used because the traits, the characteristics are similar. The way it functions is a little similar to a biological virus. Let us see how. Now, in case of a biological virus, I hope you know that a biological virus will not survive without a host. Viruses need a host to survive. You would have studied this, correct? It has to be attached to another organism. It could be an animal, it could be the vector carrying the virus, right? Or humans who are spreading and transmitting it. Without the host, the virus will die in some time. Let's say viruses are present on a surface, on a shelf or on a table, on a door handle. Those viruses will not survive. After some hours, they'll die out. If a virus is with a host, attached to a host, that is when the virus will survive. Similarly, computer virus needs a host. It is dependent on a host file. Computer virus is not independent. Is that clear? Just like biological virus is not independent, it's dependent on the host. Similarly, a computer virus comes attached onto a host file. It could be a Word document, PDF document, a .exe file, executable file, right? Or a MP4 song, MP4 audio file. The virus is placed on it. It is attached to it. Virus cannot be independent. It's not an independent malware. Is that clear? It is attached to another host file. It is concealed, hidden usually, or it is attached right with a host file. Now, your computer will not get affected by a virus even if the host file enters your system. What does it mean? Now let's compare this with biological virus, you'll understand. Now let's say your family member has been infected with COVID. All right. So he's the host. He's carrying the virus. You would have come in contact with him, right? You would have received the viral load, but you will not show symptoms. You will not get infected. Why? Because the virus tends to be dormant unless your immunity is low, unless it attaches to the receptor cell. So basically what I'm trying to say is that biological viruses will not immediately infect you. They might be residing in you, but they'll not infect you immediately. Many times viruses will be dormant. They will become active with certain action. If your immunity drops, right? If the virus manages to attach properly to your receptor cells, that is when the infection happens. So viruses can remain dormant. Similarly, a computer virus can be there in your system without infecting your system. It remains dormant. For this to get activated, user action is needed. User action is needed to activate a virus. Is that clear? The user has to click on the host file, open the host file. Let's say it's a PDF document or a Word document. When the user opens that, clicks on it, that is when the virus copies onto the system and starts spreading and starts infecting the system. Without user action, it will not get activated. It will remain dormant. Just like a biological virus can be dormant in your body. Without affecting the person, it can be dormant. It will get activated under certain conditions. Similarly, computer virus can remain dormant. It is just attached to a host file. And once you commit the action, once you open that host file, that is when the virus will infect and it will start spreading in the system. All right. Next, what about its spread? How does it replicate? How does it spread? This is what you should understand. It will replicate on its own. It will make copies of its own. Just like biological viruses can multiply in your body, Similarly, virus can make multiple copies. Replication will happen on its own. But however, for it to propagate and spread, to infect other systems in the network, to move through the network, user action is needed. Now, when I'm infected with a disease, with a viral disease, if I'm isolated, quarantined, I'll not spread it to anyone. But if someone comes in contact with me, right, or if someone touches the contaminated surface, that is when they get infected. Meaning, again, user action is needed for a biological virus to spread, to propagate. Similarly, computer virus replicates and makes copies. But for it to jump from system to system, network to network, user action is necessary. I got a phishing email. I got tricked, I got deceived. I am thinking it's a genuine email. The email is asking me to download a attached document. I download the attachment. Now this attachment is containing a virus. I don't know that. The host file is sitting in my system with the virus, but without affecting my system. But once I open that file after it downloads, once I execute that file, immediately the virus copies into my system and infects the system. Right? The virus could have been designed to perform any task, to steal information and send it to the attacker, to give attacker remote control over my system, or simply stay there and observe my activities, to collect information. All these tasks can be performed by the virus. The virus will replicate now, make copies of itself, but however, it will not spread to other systems and other networks unless there is user intervention again. Now, let's say I take a pen drive, I plug it into my infected laptop. The virus which has replicated will copy onto the pen drive as well. I take this infected pen drive, plug it into another clean laptop. That is when virus jumps onto the system. User action is needed at every stage for a virus to spread and propagate. The other system will also not be infected immediately unless someone opens that file. So the movement of a virus, the speed at which it propagates is a little slow. Relatively, it is slow. This is what defines a computer virus. All right. What are the points? One, it needs a host file to survive. It is attached to a host file. It needs user activation. The user has to open that file for the virus to activate and infect the system. It will replicate and make copies on its own, but to spread and propagate, user action is needed. When user intervention is there, that is when the virus spreads and infects other systems and other networks. This is the behavior, the traits, the characteristics of a virus. Its spread and propagation is a little slower because of user intervention needed at every step. All right, but don't assume virus is not dangerous. This is not a shortcoming. This is how they are designed to achieve certain goals. A virus can be extremely dangerous. It can steal data. The malware can be written in such a way that it can perform any task. It can monitor what you're doing, monitor the keystrokes, the websites you're visiting. It can collect information and transmit this. It can even give remote control as well to the attacker. Right? These tasks are dependent on how the malware is written by the attacker. Virus can be designed to execute any kind of task. So viruses are extremely dangerous. It's only that the way they operate and propagate is like this. It's a little slow when it comes to spread and propagation because it does not spread on its own. It does not activate on its own. It requires a user action, a user intervention. Now let us compare this with a computer worm. It's like a biological worm. Let's take an earthworm, for example. Isn't an earthworm more independent as an organism compared to a virus? Right? Similarly, computer worms are more independent. Computer worms are more independent compared to your computer virus because it doesn't require any host file. It is an independent piece of malware. It is an independent piece of malicious code. It does not require any host file. No user activation is needed. You don't have to do anything. The moment the worm enters your system, automatically it infects and executes the task it is designed to perform. It will make copies replicating on its own. And the best part, rather the most dangerous part, it will spread and propagate on its own. A computer worm will move. It will move around from place to place on its own, right? Unlike a virus can't move without any help of another host, another user, right? So a worm can move on its own. It can move to other systems, other networks to which the system is connected. Let's say your computer got infected with a worm. The worm doesn't need any host file. It doesn't need any activation. The moment it lands on your system is infected. The attacker could have designed the worm for any purpose. The code can steal data, monitor, give remote access. Anything can be done. Once your system is compromised, it will make copies. And these copies will spread. They'll move on their own. Without you doing anything, without your knowledge, you don't even realize your system is infected. It will move through the network, reaching the internet and infecting other systems. All the other systems connected to the same network, they'll all get infected. So the spread of a worm is much faster compared to a virus. That is the only major difference. Otherwise, both virus and worms are dangerous. It's about how they are designed, how they operate, and they can execute any of these tasks which are designed by the attacker. So don't assume virus is not dangerous and worms are dangerous. Both can be dangerous. It depends on for what purpose they have written the code, right? It's just the way they activate and move and propagate that is different. That's why they are called by different names: computer virus, computer worm. All right. So remember this comparison. It becomes easier for you to remember. They are very similar in their traits to a biological virus and a biological worm, right? Just like a virus needs a host, needs user intervention at every stage, computer virus is also the same. Worm is like your regular biological worms. They are more independent compared to a virus. They don't need a host. They can survive on their own, right? And they will copy and make copies and they will propagate on their own. That is the only difference, but both are equally dangerous malwares. They can be designed, written to perform any of these tasks, from stealing data, from monitoring, from giving remote access. Everything can be done by using these malwares. Is that clear? Now the last point. What is a Trojan? Trojan, the word is taken from Greek mythology. Have you heard of a Trojan? In Greek mythology, there is a very popular story. It's related to the city of Troy. It's a mythical story. The story says that Greek soldiers, they had attacked the city of Troy. They wanted to capture the city, but the city was very well protected by a fort. This is what the story says. All right, it's a mythical story. Right? City of Troy was being attacked by Greek soldiers, but they couldn't enter the city as it had a very formidable fort. Nobody could enter. Soldiers waited and waited. They tried looking at all the sides. They couldn't attack. So they retreated. They got onto the boats. They had come by ship. They went back. People of Troy who were observing this, they started celebrating. They got happy. The Greek soldiers were going back. So they were not able to attack the city. So people of Troy, they celebrated. They won the war. They opened the doors of the fort. They came out and they started celebrating that the Greek soldiers went away. So as the people of Troy came out of the fort and they were celebrating, they saw a large wooden horse called the Trojan. The Greek soldiers had abandoned a very big wooden horse, very large wooden horse called the Trojan. Now, people of Troy thought that the Greek soldiers had just left it behind. They couldn't carry it back. So they saw this as a war memento. And they dragged the wooden horse back into the city and they shut the doors. right? They celebrated through the night. Everyone went to sleep. And during night, inside the wooden horse, there were hidden Greek commandos. That is the story. It's the mythical story, as I told you. The people of Troy themselves had taken the horse inside the city, thinking it's a memento left behind. Right? They thought it's an innocent wooden horse. It can't be a threat. They got deceived. They got tricked. They dragged the horse, celebrated, went back home. During night, the Greek commandos who were hidden inside the horse, they came out and opened the doors of the fort. And by this time, the Greek soldiers had come back. And now they attacked the city of Troy and decimated the city. They destroyed the city. This is the mythical story. Now, what do we learn from here? We have to learn about the Trojan wooden horse. How did the Trojan appear for the people of Troy? It seemed innocent. It seemed harmless. It seemed like some regular object. That's why they took it in. They did not know that there is something dangerous hidden inside it, concealed inside it. That is exactly a computer Trojan as well. A computer Trojan, it's called a Trojan because it behaves like this Greek mythical wooden horse. It appears to be an innocent file, a regular file which is benign, which is non-threatening. It might be a audio file or a video file. You never suspect anything to be wrong with it. The moment you download that file and run that file on your system, the Trojan hidden, that is the malware hidden inside it, gets unleashed and it attacks your system. You yourself will download this file, which is an innocent looking file, just like Trojan wooden horse. You don't know that inside there is a malware. Inside there could be a virus or a worm or any kind of deadly malware could be present inside it. The moment you download and open this, automatically it will attack the system. So such a genuine looking file, which is concealing a malware inside it, is called a Trojan. So these are some major malwares that we come across as far as cyber attacks are concerned. Is that clear? So I think now we can take a break. We'll take a short break. Let's come back at 6 p.m. Almost 26 minutes break. Refresh yourselves. We'll come back at 6 and we will resume the discussion. Next, I will talk about the types of cyber threats, and I'll also be talking about the last malware, which is ransomware. We'll understand what is ransomware and how cyber threats are used, and then we'll discuss India's measures to tackle cyber threats. So please come back at 6.